I don't really know. I mean, as an awake person, when you can't reach out to people, I mean, what are you supposed to do, and how are we supposed to keep our hopes up? I mean, it's so depressing when you think of it.
Yeah, it is, because the conditioning on most people, when you see them and they can't look you in the eye or they think you're crazy, is because the condition has taken perfectly on them. And you're looking at conditioned robots, really. And they'll turn on you too. At the right time, they'll turn on you. But that's the perfect conditioning. The ones who are awake generally have always been awake, or they've known something was wrong. And they can't be conditioned quite the same way. But you're in amongst most people where the conditioning has worked perfectly, and that's the problem. I've always said the elite have a symbiosis amongst the masses of people, the general mass of people, because the masses always look towards government to solve problems, even if it's a fake problem put out by the government. We immediately run to help us, save us, you know. And there's only very few people in between, in the middle, who don't want to be stinking rich and rule everyone else's lives for them, and they don't want to belong to the general mob that just goes and watches all the porn on their internet all day long, or ball games or whatever. So it's a small group really who don't belong to either camp. That's a problem, because as I say, the masses have a symbiotic relationship with the elite. And eventually, when they get all their agendas through, the elite will turn around and say, "We couldn't have done it without you," to the masses.
Yeah, and that's such a... I think it's disgusting. There's no other word for it. It's just utterly disgusting. Yeah?
It is, and it's very depressing until you realize that you might be surprised how many of those in between who are not brainwashed or conditioned and who don't seek personal power can still have a voice and start changing things around. And that's the only hope that we have, is to postpone it at least long enough. They'll either wither away, or they'll come out with an even heavier hand. But that's when even the masses start to see it and they know something's wrong, when the heavy hand of the monster comes upon them. And that's what it might take. Stall them long enough until timetables, according to those at the top, cannot be stalled. If you can stall their timetables, they get awfully angry and they start using force. Force is, at least the use of force, terrifies the public, and maybe even to waking up a little bit. And that's all we can really hope for. It's because it's too perfect. It's been here too long, this system.
But we cannot use violence and force.
No, they're so perfectly good at getting us to kill each other or fight each other. This has been a strategy for centuries, and it's a perfect art of how to get it all going. We can't use that at all. And by the same token, we have to make sure that the elites don't come out with a heavy hand and start using open force on the general public. Here's the thing too. They have been using force, or at least deadly intentions on the general public, because they know how they've been dumbing us down. They know when they rob your mind, it's the same as killing you. And when they inject things into you too that make the autism bloom, and it also makes everyone quite a few points lower on the IQ scale, makes us all sick so that we'll die off early, infertile, etc. They are physically, literally, this is a murderous rampage has been going on for a long time under the usual covert actions of the United Nations that always deny what they're doing. One of the top players in this, who wrote about it, who taught Rhodes Scholars back in the 40s and 30s, internationalist again, who spoke, by the way, so he made a great speech in Sweden, was Toynbee. There were two Toynbees, father and son, and one took over from the other. But they literally taught the Rhodes Scholars for internationalism and to penetrate all governments and push them towards internationalism. He said, we always deny with our mouths what our hands are doing. And that was to become the mantra for every organization within the United Nations. We always deny with our mouths what our hands are doing. And that's still their strategy today.
They even pretended to fight over this. Like all of these secret society people do. It's called the Hegelian dialectic. We want all these people to do something. So you and I are going to get together. We're going to create two different causes. We're going to get all these people wrapped up in it. We're going to pretend to fight against each other. And this fight is going to bring about the conclusion that we really wanted in the first place. And they're all going to think that it was done accidentally by them, and we didn't have anything to do with it. How many of you understand the concept of Hegelian dialectic, of manipulation of political resolutions? If you don't, you'd better read Hegel and you'd better study it, because that's what's happening. That's what the abortion issue is all about. Can government decide the abortion issue? Can you decide it with laws? If you could, everybody would obey the law. There wouldn't be any issue, would there? The Supreme Court has already made the law, haven't they?
Thank you. I've been saying that for 20 years.
It's the truth. The whole issue is designed to create a conflict which cannot be solved except by some world body. What do you think the ozone holes are about? How many of you understand the ozone holes? How many of you don't? Okay, it's about time somebody explained it to you. Because this is one of the biggest cons going. And what's it designed to do? Create a conflict between people who need to pollute the atmosphere and people who don't want it polluted, to prevent the depletion of the ozone layer, so that we're all not fried by the sun's rays coming from the great Apollo up there riding across the sky in his chariot. And by the way, if you want confirmation of what I said about the Founding Fathers, if you really believe that they were Christian, go look at the city that they laid out from the air. Look at the symbolism that they built into it. All deist, all Masonic, all Jacobin. It's another word for Jacobin, Illuminist, Illuminati. Go into the Capitol building, stand right in the center of the rotunda and look straight up at the dome where nobody ever looks. And what do you see? You see the apotheosis of George Washington, riding across the heavens in the chariot of Apollo. Who is Apollo? George Washington. He's become God now. And around the perimeter of the Capitol dome, you see all the old gods of the Roman pantheon. They're all there. Zeus, Mercury, Prometheus, all of them. What's that doing on the inside of our Capitol dome if this country is a Christian nation? Can you tell me that? No. And you never will be able to in a million years unless you turn around and admit the truth. The truth is it never was intended to be. The people in government for many years have been Christian. Are they now? Most of the people in our government now are not Christian, and that's part of the problem today. They have no morals, no ethical standards of behavior, and therefore anything goes. They're a pack of pathetic, chronic liars, which is the sign of a socialist every single time. Socialism believes in what? The supremacy of the mind of man, not in God. Anytime man has supremacy over everything, everything becomes what? Subjective. If you're God, how can you do something wrong? And that's the whole problem with this crowd now. They don't have anybody to answer to. You see, whether you believe in God or not, the human race must have God. They must have a superior power to which they must answer. If they do not, then everything becomes subjective. And if I want to slice your head in half, by God, there's nothing wrong with me doing it because I'm God. You understand that? That's really what's wrong. When man has nothing or no one to answer to, man can do no wrong, can he? Okay, here's the problem with the ozone hole thing. How many of you have noticed that every time they show a picture of an ozone hole, it's always over or near one of the poles? How many of you have noticed that? Every time. because it has to be. It's the only place it occurs, and it's not really a hole at all. And it has nothing to do with what we do. It has nothing to do with CFCs or anything else that we do here on this earth, period. Because here's the truth of it. How many of you have also noticed that whenever that hole occurs, it occurs at that particular pole in the wintertime? Why is that? Well, the earth is tilted on its axis. So if this is the North Pole up here, we have the earth right here, and we have old Sol over here giving out his rays. What has to happen to form ozone, folks? Sunlight must interact with gases in the atmosphere. Which gas? Oxygen. When sunlight strikes oxygen in the atmosphere, it causes a chemical reaction which splits O2 into two single O's. So O2 becomes, what is that? Ozone. Each one of these is ozone. But what is it also? It's what's called a free radical. It doesn't like to be in that position. It doesn't like to be unattached. Okay? Some like people I know. Can't be without a mate for 10 seconds. And so they always choose the wrong one, which ensures that they're going to break up and they can't be without a mate for 10 seconds. Believe it or not, most of us go through that little period. We think we have to be with somebody all the time. Not true. Okay. These, because they're free radicals, they don't like that state of being, don't last very long. As soon as they find something to latch onto that they can oxidize, they will. Or as soon as they can find another free radical of oxygen, they will form once again O2. Or if they can find another radical of oxygen and an atom of hydrogen, they will form water. They don't like being apart. So ozone doesn't exist very long after it's created anyway. It's in a constant state of creation and attaching itself to something else and disappearing. So ozone is in a constant state of flux, becoming and unbecoming all the time. And it's caused by the sun rays interacting with oxygen in the atmosphere. What do we call that layer? There is no such thing as an ozone layer. What is it called? Because what are these? These are ions. Ozone is an ion of oxygen. Okay? It's called the ionosphere. So why don't these freako-environmentalist liars call it what it is, the ionosphere? Because it would be the truth, and we can all prove that the ionosphere is not disappearing. It's where ionization of gases takes place due to interaction with the sun's rays. Energy from the sun. Everybody understand that? So instead they say, there's an ozone layer. Oh, really? Can you taste it? Can you touch it? Can you feel it? It's the ionosphere. And this whole thing is a hoax. Because here's what happens. As sun streams toward the earth, you can see down here at the South Pole where they're having summer, sun's rays are hitting all over the pole, aren't they? But up here, they're not hitting a portion of the pole. At the pole that is experiencing winter, what do they have there that's unusual about the rest of the earth? They have 6 months of darkness. There's 6 months when the sun's rays are not hitting that part of the earth or the earth's atmosphere. And so there is no interaction between the sun's rays and the oxygen in the atmosphere. And so what is absent? Ozone. Is it a depletion of ozone? No, it's just a place where the chemical reaction does not take place. It is absolutely perfectly normal. And when the Earth moves around to the other side of the sun, and the southern hemisphere is then experiencing winter because the sun is then over here, the hole jumps magically from the North Pole to the South Pole. And all of the CFCs that we are leaking and using on the face of this earth have magically migrated to one spot over the pole where nobody's leaking anything and depletes all the ozone right there. You see, if this was really true, where would the holes be? Los Angeles, London, Tokyo, there's a biggie. Phoenix, right? Do you know that the state of Arizona is the only state in the whole 50 United States that knows this and has passed a law saying, screw you, we know there's no ozone holes, we'll use CFCs all we want, and we do. We educated our legislators, not to the fact that if that this was a hoax. We did that, of course. But even though they knew it was a hoax, they didn't want to go along with it until we put pressure on them saying, hey, we're not going to support this scam, period. This is a scam, and you know it is. We put political pressure on them that they were going to lose their jobs unless they did what we wanted them to do. And so they did. Now, we don't always get our way in Arizona, because why do you think it's called Phoenix? And the Valley of the Sun, and the Sun Devils? That's all out of the mysteries. Phoenix is a Masonic city, if there ever was one, on the face of this earth. Nope. Phoenix is a symbol. Phoenix is the symbol of resurrection, death and resurrection. Phoenix is the bird that rose up out of the ashes. Yes, sir.
So why the hoax?
Why the hoax?
Yeah.
What is the end result of the hoax? What do you have to solve this problem? World government control of the atmosphere. You see, they do it by stages. Give them the atmosphere. What do they want next? The biosphere, maybe? How many of you know about the biosphere? Do you know that the UN inspectors were just at Yellowstone National Park and determined that there has to be a buffer zone around the park? So the National Park Service is buying up private land and kicking people up off their land and closing roads to make this buffer zone, which will be absolutely off limits to any human habitation, occupation, or use forever, to protect the environment within the park. Do you know that this is just one little step toward seizing all of the wild lands, wildlife, natural resources, metals, and minerals up on the earth under the control of a one world government? Did you know that it's all been outlined in treaties for years? So why aren't you upset about it? What are you doing about it? What are you upset about it? I am. What are you doing about it? Silence.
Keep electing Einstein and Boxer back in office.
Yeah.
Who's?
We invited the Chinese communists to come set up house.
Yeah, but you see, these are all symptoms of things. It's the symptom that we're being controlled by some very, very smart manipulators who understand how to make us do their bidding, even though we may not want to. How many people are here? How many people should be here? Okay? How many people cares versus how many people don't care? And the degree of care is not whether they really care or not, it's whether they perceive that there's a problem, and that will tell you how effective the masters in control have been in brainwashing the population. They don't perceive that there's a problem. If they did, they would be here. Wouldn't.
500,000 men and women are directly engaged in the defense establishment. The total influence, economic, political, even spiritual, is felt in every city, every state house, every office of the federal government. In the councils of government, we must guard against the acquisition of unwarranted influence, whether sought or unsought, by the military-industrial complex. Military-industrial complex. Military-industrial complex.
The U.S. has been used really since World War II, I would say, as the financier of a whole international system of socialism. And of course the last ones to be socialized and brought into it were the ones back home. In fact, the rulers neglected to inform the citizenry of the U.S. what their function was. And they've been used by their tax money, by their military, and through rhetoric, of course, and deception by the media to fund projects abroad which are really bringing a whole world into this new free trade, as they call it, system. A system which is not free at all. It's not free trade. It's selective trade only for the big internationalist boys. But it's also going to open up the gates in the U.S. to incredible immigration from all over the world, because part of the free trade agreement is to do with the unrestricted flow of labor and goods across borders, with the intention eventually of eradication of those borders. They can eradicate the borders and still continue because you're going to be put into regions, as you well know. They've done this in the UK already and in some other European countries. So everyone's been used for generations in the US, unfortunately, by internationalists that bypassed the general political arena. Although they did put their own people within that arena, they didn't have to elect them, actually. They prefer to appoint people, just like Carl Quigley said in Tragedy and Hope. They prefer to appoint them to top strategic positions in the Pentagon, in the area of trade, finance, and so on. So it doesn't matter which presidents they put in, sometimes their own, sometimes not, doesn't really matter. The high bureaucratic levels are really running the show. They know what their agenda is, they know their part in it, and they are there for life, regardless of the guys who are elected to go in. The New World Order system is really a new Soviet, in a sense. It's called communitarianism in other countries, but it really is a new Soviet system. It's so interesting to me to realize that Lenin talked about the length of the dictatorship over the proletariat, as he called the people. He said it'll last about a generation or 70 years. Then it would merge with the Western system. And out of this dialectic would come a new system, not quite capitalist and not quite communist. And what he's talking about is a new socialist system run by experts, where gradually the rights will be taken away out of the hands of free citizens until they're not free anymore, and where appointees will be put over communitarian areas to guide and direct the system of your community. That's been pushed big time. And the treaties that are signed through the United Nations by all participants who signed on in 46 at the San Francisco conference with the United Nations agreed to sell out the national sovereignty of all the countries. They were traitors. Every single country did that back then. And they also did say that they would implement all treaties passed to them by the United Nations. That is a big, big part of it, because the United Nations, remember, is not an elected body. It's nothing to do with the citizenry. No one knows anyone who's voted anybody into the United Nations. And yet it uses this term democracy all the time, and they want America to go off and fight for democracy using NATO and various other arms of the UN. But they're not democratic at all. They've said themselves that the New World Order has to be an authoritarian system, and that we're in a post-democratic era, because the citizenry themselves has too many factions fighting for different things, and they can't get the job done. They can't get their plan worked out. Therefore, they bypass the citizenry altogether by putting an authoritarian system, and they will direct society by experts and scientists and so on. Now, that must not be allowed to happen. You can't, once it's happened and it's on the books. And my fear, because I've watched things like this before, my fear is that the citizenry always adapt so darn quickly to things they should not be adapting to in the first place. People generally think there's going to be one big final catastrophe and then the whole world's changed. No, it's done incrementally. And we adapt to things step by step by step, rather than nip totalitarian measures in the bud as soon as we hear about them. The problem being, of course, that in the US there has not been until recently organizations who are trying to keep their constitution. You don't realize, too, outside the US, that no other country ever came up with any constitution where the individual had rights. And because of that, many people have taken it for granted when the good times rolled, and they forget it when the bad times roll as well. They forget they're supposed to have rights because they have been trained since 9/11 happened to simply obey authority. That's what all this war on terror is about. Obedience to authority. You jump when they tell you. When you look at the war on the family, the redistribution of wealth across the world that's been coming out recently. They've been doing it for 50 years, but now they're saying it openly, the redistribution of wealth. That's your wealth. It's not the big boys at the top. Of course, they never do this. It's your wealth is to be distributed across the world. And they say that by doing so, you bring up the third world countries through the different trade agreements they've made with them and through the OECD departments at the world's organization level. At the same time, you have to come down to a post-consumerist society, into a service economy, which you're already in, and go beyond the service economy into a sustainable society. That means you're going down to pretty well third world national status. It literally is a system for the whole 20th century, the century of change, the change that Obama was talking about. And is to bring in the total world socialist society into these communes or communitarian areas or regions that you're going to be locked up in, basically. And how you're going to work together for a new system, not for personal profit, by the way, but for the good of the community. As they say, mind you, they have already trained the community leaders, and they're no different than the old Soviet-style leaders. The end of private property is part of it. The end of private transportation is a big part of it. It says in Agenda 21 you will no longer need personal cars or vehicles because you'll be riding on public transportation only, put on by the state, although you'll pay for that as well. There'll be no private property, it'll be rental accommodation only. So that's part of Agenda 21. And the rest of it is to make sure this is happening in every country through treaties at the United Nations at the same time, to bring in a world society under this guise of sustainability. That's the big con, is sustainability. We can't go on, they say, being a consumer society. People like Maurice Strong and even Holdren, by the way, in the US, have said there must never be another United States of America. And they've said that the best thing they could do to America, and this is the big boys who created Agenda 21 for the United Nations, they said the best thing they could do is to tear down the remaining factories, level them, rip out all these suburban areas where the workers lived, etc., and demolish them, and as though they'd never been, and return vast areas of the United States back to nature. Now, it's interesting that Obama has already authorized the go-ahead of the tearing down of the urban areas around what was the industrial area cities. So it's going ahead as planned, as I say, but they're using Agenda 21 under the advisory committees that are appointed to every council now. They're not elected, they're all appointees to councils and to the federal government. I have also looked into this happening in Australia, elsewhere in the world. Now, David Suzuki said the same thing for Canada a few years ago. He's also in on the Agenda 21 sustainability. And Maurice Strong, his pal, and he said the same thing, that eventually all the people from the rural area will be moved into the cities, and they'll try and make these cities more pleasurable, more bike paths and so on, since you won't have cars. And of course, experts will then guide us from cradle to grave on what our function will be to serve the state. That will be your duty, to serve the state. You've got to understand it's a very old agenda. And it goes back to the Royal Institute of International Affairs that Quigley wrote for on their behalf. He was their historian, also called the CFR in the United States. And they talked about sustainable communities, bringing down rapid depopulation in certain areas, as they said. It's a planned society we're going into, a real planned society where you will need permission to breed, very shortly in fact. And it's eugenics under another guise, of course, but you'll need permission to breed, and that is coming very, very quickly. The watershed, the deal that was pushed through as well, the national and state and local watershed committees all came out of Agenda 21 from the United Nations. What they claimed under Agenda 21 is that anywhere that rain falls is a watershed, and therefore that water cannot belong to any particular individual. They want one organization under the United Nations to own the water supply of the world. And you'll have to buy it from them. Since 9/11, you've been trained that cops in the cities with machine guns, with combat gear on, and so on, checking you too, getting on a bus even, or a train. You've been trained gradually through the Orwellian phase of it. This was set up, of course, by the previous administration for this administration to come in fact, and use. Because they do expect, before they can take you into the complete Brave New World scenario, a time where people will riot and rebel when they find out they technically own nothing, not even their own water, and they will be gouged down to, say, about a third world status. The US again has tacked on, for instance, rather than cut the emissions by, I think it was 20%, to try and go.
Its backers, its financial backers, set up the most important teacher training institutes and financed those institutes.
But the people who gave us schooling weren't these wealthy people. They were utopian thinkers who believed that family and tradition were the greatest obstacles to making a perfect society, a utopia.
Skull and Bones, the order at Yale, 15 of them selected out of every junior class. They paid. Wall Street financed Hitler, financed Stalin, creating communism, which is what they did. That's all very bad, and Skull and Bones is all involved in that with the order.
They concerned the build-up of the three types of socialism: Bolshevik socialism in Russia, what we might call welfare socialism in the United States, and Hitlerian or National Socialism. And each book examines the financing and the contributions made by Wall Street, by international bankers, to the development of that specific form of socialism.
It also was involved in changing the American education system from a classical academic, brain-oriented thinking, destroying that, and imposing an animal training method, which Skull and Bones was deeply involved, and I think I would just say the only entity at that time deeply involved, and managed to bring that wretched system of operant conditioning, Pavlov, Skinner, whatever you want to call it, animal training, out of the laboratory in Leipzig, Germany, Wilhelm Wundt, and get it adopted by leading American educators.
Motivation and reward are crucial factors in learning. A motivated animal will learn any
been trained
response
gradually through the Orwellian phase of it. This was set up, of course, by the previous administration for this administration to come in fact, and use. Because they do expect, before they can take you into the complete Brave New World scenario, a time where people will riot and rebel when they find out they technically own nothing, not even their own water, and they will be gouged down to, say, about a third world status. The US again has tacked on, for instance, rather than cut the emissions by, I think it was 20%, to try and go back for 30%. That means too, you're going to have 30% less people burning fuel in the winter time in certain areas to make this target. It's obvious. How else can you do it? So We're going through the Orwellian area by force and threat and intimidation. Once this generation, this is what they've said in their own writings, and because these guys work incrementally through generations, intergenerational, the same way as the Soviets did it. And once this generation dies off, those in their, say, in their 40s and 50s and 60s die off, they've already trained the children, beginning at kindergarten, for this brave new world scenario that they're growing up in. And they will adapt into it quite normally, completely unable to relate to anybody who is older than themselves. They'll think everything's quite natural. So that's how they've done it. Beria talked about this system. He was the NKVD leader in the Soviet Union up to, I think, 1940. Stalin had him killed eventually. But he was a very cruel and vindictive person. He ran Communist International, or Comintern. And at the Comintern speech in 1934, he said it used to take 70 years to basically indoctrinate a new young group growing up as the old group died off. It took a span of 70 years. This is now we can upgrade the system using scientific indoctrination in school but every 4 to 5 years. And he said eventually will be even much faster than that.
Since many of you, so many of you, insist upon needing some kind of a daddy, I'm going to try to fulfill that role for you just a little bit. I don't really want to be your daddy. I don't want you to need a daddy. I don't need a daddy. But sometimes, folks, somebody has to clarify things. And last night's broadcast brought home to me that there is a real need to clarify a lot of things. And so I'm going to try to do that for you. I'm here for you tonight. I'm going to try to blow a path through the fog so that the headlights can shine down the road and you can see what's really there. I'm going to try to part the veil. I'm going to try to pull some cobwebs out from between some of your ears. Because, last night just absolutely infuriated me. And after I calmed down and thought about it for a while, there just seems to be this conception that that if you do this, or this, somehow everything magically is going to be all right, and you're not going to take any risk, and you're not going to suffer, and if you prepare and all this kind of stuff, you're going to survive whatever comes. And I just got one question for you. What the hell for? Ladies and gentlemen, when I was a boy, I was an extremely sensitive young man and very willful. I wanted to do something good. I've always wanted that. I've always had this need inside me, for some reason or other, I cannot explain why, to do something. To do something that really matters. I can remember the first time I ever got in a fist fight. I was scared to death. In fact, I was almost petrified to the point of cowardice, to tell you the truth. The boy I had to fight was a bigger boy, about twice my age, as a matter of fact. And he was the base bully. We lived on a military base in the Azore Islands called Lodge's Field. Actually, we didn't live on Lodge's Field. We lived in a village called Fonte de Bastard, which was quite some distance from the base. And one day we went to the base and my parents dropped us, the children, off to play with some of our friends while they went to do other things. Well, when they came back, they parked the car and watched us for a little while. And that's when this bully decided to pick on me. And I was afraid of him. All of the children were afraid of him. That's how he got to be a bully for so long. And he hit me in the face with his fist a couple of times. And I didn't do anything. I didn't hit him back because I was afraid. My father saw this and knew that if he didn't do something right then, that I might turn out to be a coward for the rest of my life. So he got out of the car, he came over, and he knelt down beside me, and he says, "Son, you've got to fight him." I said, "Why?" He said, "Because he hits you, son, and you can't let him get away with that, because if he knows he can get away with it, he will always pick on you and hit you and hurt you." And I told my father I was afraid. And he said, "That's good, son, because you'll watch out for yourself if you're afraid. Now you go over there and you hit him back as hard as you can with your fist. And if he hits you, you hit him back again, and you keep hitting him until he stops." And so I mustered up what little courage I had, and I was shaking like a leaf. 7 years old. Walked over to this big bully who was taller than me. I could not hit him in the face if I tried. And I hit him as hard as I could. Just as hard as I could, ladies and gentlemen, in the chest with my fist, or as close to his chest as I could get. And he hit me back and knocked me down, and it hurt. My ears were ringing. But I became numb. Numb. He hit me so hard it numbed me. And I got up and I started hitting him as hard as I could, crying. Tears just streaming down my face, and I was crying and hitting him and swinging, and I knocked him down. I knocked him down. I actually knocked him down. I couldn't believe it. And I got up on top of him, and I just started hitting him again and hitting him again, and he was hitting me back. And then my father came over and picked me up, gave me a big hug, and said, "You did fine, son. Go get in the car." So I went and got in the car with my mom and my little brother and sister, who were all sitting there with their mouths open looking at me as if I had done something extraordinary. And my father had a couple of words with the local bully. I have no idea what my father told him, but he never bothered me again. And folks, to this day, I don't believe it was because I knocked him down. I had done something right in the eyes of my father and my brother and sister and my mother and all the other little children who were there, whom this bully had always picked on like ever since we could remember. After that, he didn't pick on too many of the children. Not just me. Next time we came to visit, and I think the next time we came to visit, it was because we had finally got some base housing, so we could move from the village of Fonte de Bastard onto the base. And that would be much better for my father, who had to make the long drive twice a day. Azores, I never saw her for quite a few years until my father was stationed in Japan, and I went to Naramatsu High School, and there she was. technically involved, but we were good friends for many, many years. I don't know what's happened to her now. I don't know where she is. That's what happens when you grow up in a military family, when you're reared on military bases and in foreign countries all around the world. You are left without a hometown. You see, that's one thing that most of you have that I can never have in my entire life. A hometown. All of the schools that I attended are gone now. They don't exist anymore. All of the children that I attended school with, all the way through my high school graduation, are scattered to the four corners of the earth, and I have only been able to locate a very few of them. Some from Narmasu High School, which was at Grand Heights Housing Center, near a little Japanese village called Narmasu, on the express line several miles from Tokyo. And I attended Narmasu for my freshman and sophomore year. And then we moved to Tachikawa Air Force Base, outside of Tachikawa City. And I bused every day to Yamato High School. And that's where I graduated in 1961. All my life, ladies and gentlemen, I have envied those of you who have a hometown. I would love to have some place that I could go back to and walk down the street and say, Mrs. Jones used to live over there, and she taught me in the 4th grade. And there's old Jimmy Barnes. Boy, we used to play football together. And out there used to be a big field there where those houses are, and we used to build forts and play cowboys and Indians. I can't do that. I envy those of you who can. It's been a big, empty spot in my heart. Because everybody needs, at some point in their life, to go back and examine their roots. Look at their beginnings. See their old friends and yes, even their old enemies and teachers and antagonists and protagonists and the guys you played football with, the guys you played hooky with, and the guys you hung out with, and the girls you dated. Not to do it all over again, but just to know that it really happened and to know that they're really there. So that you can have a feeling of belonging. So that you can be a part of your own past. I can't do that. I don't even have my old yearbooks. I don't know what happened to them over the years. They just disappeared, floated away. They're gone. Gone. I miss them terribly. And so to make up for that empty spot in my heart, I encompass this whole great nation as my home. I reached out and I wrapped my arms around this country, around the Constitution for the United States of America, around all of the principles and ideals for which it stands. I studied its beginnings, its history. I have researched its present, and that has become my home. Hometown, to be more exact. My home is here, with my family on top of this mountain in Arizona. But my hometown is the country, the nation. I have determined and set out to do all of the things that my father told me he represented and was doing and didn't. The World War II generation that let us down, that sucked up to the tit of big government after the war was over to get their piece of the big pie. trying as hard as I can to make up for that. Now, along the way, I've become well versed in the methods and the manners of the beast, which has subverted from within and taken over my hometown. Taken it over. Is destroying it. I don't like it. And I want to do something about it. Anti-government. I have never been anti-government. In my quest to fulfill this, my initial plan was to serve in each of the armed forces, all 4 of them. Somewhere along the line, I discovered what was really happening. Actually, it's not somewhere along the line. I can pinpoint the exact place, the exact day, the exact year, the exact hour. As a matter of fact, when I made a tremendous mistake. Some people call it a tremendous stroke of luck because I never would have known or found out what I discovered, and would still be serving what I thought was my country, as so many people are still doing. In their innocence, as I was innocent. I was sent from sea duty to shore duty to Fleet Admin Unit at Singpac Fleet, which is the Commander-in-Chief of the Pacific Fleet's headquarters in Makalapa, Hawaii. And they handed me this huge stack of papers and said, fill these out. You can't work here unless you have a top-secret Q clearance. I was a second-class petty officer at that time. And I filled everything out, and I came to this long list of organizations. And you were supposed to check every organization that you'd ever belonged to in your life. And one was missing. It was the Order of Demolay, which is the youth organization. So I was kind of sweating that because I didn't know what could prevent you from getting a security clearance. And I passed it all. I got some strange phone calls from people that I knew wanting to know what bank I had robbed, why the FBI had been at their house asking all those questions. the Order of Freemasonry, the Ancient Order of the Rose and Cross, or Rossi Cruci, and several other different secret societies, and most of them were members of several of those. Later I discovered that those who belonged to the Mormon Church never went much higher than that, and you never saw them in the highest ranks of the military. And so I asked somebody once, and he told me, well, don't discuss it with any of them, but you see, their church teaches them to be obedient and never reveal secrets. And so we use them. He was confiding in me because he thought that I understood what was going on. I didn't. I didn't understand a lot of things that I was seeing. I didn't understand a lot of the things that happened, and I didn't understand the restrictions placed upon us when Americans were in peril, and we should have been going to rescue them, but were forbidden to do it. I didn't realize what was going on until years later when I began to put all the information that I had seen and heard together and realized that I had actually been a part of and had seen the plan bring about a one-world totalitarian socialist, one-world government over the ashes of the Constitution for the United States of America, and that it was the stated and avowed policy of the United States government to do that. I took an honorable discharge as a petty officer first class, and I left the Navy. I never wanted to be a part of government service again because I knew what government service really meant. And I began a program of research and revelation and education to the American people, which I have not stopped since. Because somebody's trying to destroy my hometown. The only hometown that I have, the only one that I ever will have, the only one that can possibly mean anything to me because there isn't any other place for me to go. Please, as many of you and your children could say that about me also. I don't want statues or ribbons or medals or anything like that. I don't even want to fight another war. I fought a war in Vietnam. There are no heroes in war. There are people who do what they have to do at a particular time when it is necessary because there just isn't anybody else to do it, and that's all there is to it. They killed a lot of us. An old salt. At 25 years old, I had a patrol boat with enough weapons that I could decide the life or death of anybody that we came across at any time that I wanted to and could destroy. And we only patrolled at night, ladies and gentlemen. And before we obtained starlight scopes, you have no conception of what fear and darkness really means. You can't even imagine it unless you've been there. And I know that some of you have. You are my brothers. Ability to put upon the shoulders of a 25-year-old man. Young man, and if you want to know the truth, 25 is still a boy. Now that I look back on it, now that I'm 54 years old, I can tell you that when I was 25, I was just a boy too. Trying to do what I thought was right, and I'm trying to do what I think is right today. And this is where we have to come to some understanding, ladies and gentlemen, because I can't help you if you're deceiving yourself. If you're tuning into this broadcast because it gives you some kind of thrill, or it's entertainment, or you enjoy these programs, even though I am telling you things that should make you very sad about what's happening in this country, and should be stimulating you to some kind of action, I don't see much action going on. Patriot is to be loyal to the principles and ideals and to the supreme law of the land which makes the country. And if there's someone in the government, in the country, who is doing wrong things in the name of the country, you cannot support it. You cannot support it. The nation is not geographical boundaries. It is an idea. This is something that I realized many years ago has nothing to do with geographical boundaries. It has nothing to do with the border between the United States and Mexico. It has to do with the way we think. It has to do with the principles and ideals which we support and believe in that made this the greatest, freest, most opportune nation upon the face of this earth. It is the reason why we were successful and the Mexicans were not. Why we were successful and the Canadians were not. With freedom. It has to do with the understanding of what freedom really is. It has to do with the knowledge that if you are not willing to die for freedom, you cannot and will not ever be free, because all your enemy must do is threaten your life and you will whip into a bowl of quivering jelly. You will kiss his feet and do whatever the hell he wishes you to do if you are not willing to die for those principles and ideals that lead to freedom. Paying the money because you don't want to part with it. It's It's about the fact that the income tax is unconstitutionally and unlawfully being applied to the citizens of the several states when they are not required, nor is it anywhere in the law that they must do so unless they are participating in certain excisable activities, which causes them to create corporate gain called gross income under the law. That's what it's about. It's about the difference between right and wrong. It's about whether you have been intimidated and scared to death by tyrants, which makes you pay tribute to your masters, or whether you will be free and stand on your own 2 feet and say, no, not now, not ever will I do such a thing. And be willing to die for that stance. Because unless you're willing to take it, you are already enslaved, and there is no rescue, there is no hope, there is no help, not now, not ever.
Across America and around the world, you're listening to the Hour of the Time, the only hour that ever was or ever will be, for during this hour you will decide your future and thus our collective futures. I'm your host, William Cooper. Everybody look back in that corner at the far side of the room where it's real dark behind that chair. I'm going to turn on a very, very bright light, and I want you all to watch the cockroaches scatter. For tonight, I'm going to read verbatim to you from a book that we found in a dusty shelf far back in the rear of a used bookstore that proves beyond any shadow of a doubt that what I've been revealing to you in the many segments of the series entitled The Mystery Schools on this program, The Hour of the Time, has been not only true, but right on target, and the first time that this information has ever been exposed in its entirety to the people of the world. Now, you had better go to the used bookstores in your area, because I tell you now, they know that we are searching for proof and that we are digging for the evidence that we will use in the future to hang them by their own rope. You need to get there first and buy any entitled Fundamental Laws, 68th Convocation. On the front of the cover is some of the symbology of the mystery schools. There is a rope representing the snake eating its own tail, also known as the magic circle. Within this magic circle, there is a triangle, actually 3 triangles, one within the other. Within the triangles, there's the symbol of the skull and bones. There is the symbol of wings around the world. There's the symbol of the ark, the anchor, and the 3 letters TRY beneath the 3 triangles. This is the verbatim written report published in 1916, ladies and gentlemen, that I'm going to read to you from. Fundamental Laws, a report of the 68th Convocation of the Rose Cross Order, giving a resume of the proceedings of the convocation, together with most of the lectures that were delivered during this time of the convocation by the several delegates present. Also a report of the work of ancient initiation in the Grove of Osiris as especially prepared for the occasion. Below that is the symbol of a triangle with 3 stone steps representing the 3 degrees of initiation. Up on the top step is a cross, in the center of which is a rose. And beneath the triangle, again, the 3 letters TRY. This is copyrighted 1916, published by the Philosophical Publishing Company, Allentown, Pennsylvania, for the members of the Rose Cross Order. On the next page is a roll of honor. One of the names here stands out and almost knocked me over when I saw it, for the name is Lars Hansen. Now, it is not the Lars Hansen that we've discussed on this show, and we're going to look into it to find out if this was his father, or grandfather, or great-grandfather. Could have been either one of the 3. But we will find out, believe me. We know that Lars Hansen's parents were members of the mystery school, and in particular, the Metternich-Stell group, where Lars Hansen was reared. In explanation of the contents of this book, and I'm reading verbatim from the introduction in explanation. In explanation of the contents of this book, it is to be stated that these articles do not give the inner work of the Rose Cross Order, but simply the outer, the public teachings. Now you'll remember in the Mystery School series, I taught you about the exoteric and the esoteric. What you're going to get in this book, because they never publish the esoteric anywhere, it's always hidden in symbology, but there are incredible admissions in this book that you will hear in the exoteric. Reading again, verbatim. The Illuminati and its soul science work may be called the child of the Rose Cross Order. Years ago it was found that where there was one person who desired to follow the work with heart and soul, in other words, who was willing to live the life as taught by the order, there were 100 others who desired teachings from the order, but who were not willing to dedicate their lives to the sublime work. Now I break from this for a moment to remind you that I have previously stated that the Fraternity of Freemasons, the Ancient Order of the Rose and Cross, the Sovereign and Military Order of the Knights of Malta, the Knights Templars, the Mormon Church, all of these, the Illuminati, the Order, the Skull and Bones, are all the same organization. And what you have just heard is the first admission of that fact, and you are going to hear more as I progress. And remember, I'm reading this right out of their own publication, a hardbound book published by the Philosophical Society in Allentown, Pennsylvania, specifically for the Rose Cross Order. Continuing. These thousands had to be taken care of, and as a result, the Illuminati and its soul science work was born. When in April, now that's April of 1916, folks, April of 1916, remember that. When in April the order went forth to the brethren that a sacred convocation was to be held, all delegates were requested to prepare articles on soul science so that regular lecture sessions could be held. The lectures that follow are the result. All these lectures were given in open session and are to be considered as soul science work, though in entire harmony with the teachings of the Rose Cross Order. The work of the Rose Cross Order as given to its students can never be published. It is a secret, sacred work between teacher and student. Let me read that again for you. It is a secret, sacred work between teacher and student. It is a soul training, an inner initiation, and such work continues until the student has reached initiation, after which he is called upon to attend a convocation, and at which time the degree work is conferred upon him. But the inner work always precedes the outer work, as the outer work is only a bond binding together the brotherhood. Thus a word in explanation. Many having heard of the great order and its work, and actually knowing nothing of its inner work, have ignorantly or with fraudulent intent established so-called Rose Cross bodies. And these bodies, knowing nothing of the true work of the Rose Cross, have nothing but a ritualistic, initiatory, rite or degree work. We would refer all seekers to authorities on the Rose Cross and on initiation, and they will then find that the true Rose Cross is actually a school of spirituality with a degree ceremonial initiation as the climax. And this is signed by the Hierophant of the Order. In the preface, early in the summer, instructions were received from the hierarchies to call the inner circle of the Rose Cross Order into session, and thus to fitly celebrate the 68th year of the Rose Cross Order in America. Orders were immediately issued to those who have the privilege of attending this convocation, and on June the 1st, 1916, the convocation was called to order and the preliminary lectures were started. At this convocation, all delegates were instructed to prepare and to deliver articles which should have a bearing on the conditions of the present day and which should be the means of helping humanity. However, because of the limited amount of time at the disposal of those who could attend, only a few were enabled to prepare such lectures, with the results that there were not as many lectures delivered as might have been had the delegates had more time at their disposal. But even so, there were from 2 to 3 lectures each day, and most of these lectures will be found in this present volume, though many of the lectures cannot be given in book form, as they were only delivered as from teacher to those of the inner circle. From the beginning of the month until the day of the 13th, there were lectures in the Assembly Hall, which had been built in 1910 for the express purpose of holding these yearly convocations. But on the 13th, there were no lectures, as all of the day was required for making the preparations necessary in order that the ancient mysteries might be given to the delegates in a form of symbolism consisting of 3 degrees. I can do no better than to give the article prepared by Grace K. Morey of Buffalo, New York, the secretary of the Rose Cross Sacred College for the Buffalo, New York papers, and which appeared in the Buffalo Express, July 16th, 1916. This is entitled Ancient Mysteries of Egypt Given in an Initiation of 3 Degrees. Pay close attention, folks, for what you're going to hear now confirms much of what I have been revealing to you in the series on the Hour of the Time known as the Mystery Schools. Quoting from the book once again, under the authority of the Rose Cross Order founded in America in 1858, prominent delegates of the order were gathered in the most remarkable conclave held during the last 5,000 years, the publication of whose records now opens to the world the connection of Egypt in her ages of true religion, power, and glory with the mystic seal of the United States, whose heraldic symbolism declaring the mighty destiny of America has until now only been known to a limited number. Not anymore. At Beverly Hall, in the beautiful Tohickon Valley, about 4 miles from the town of Quakertown, men and women of all ranks of life and from all parts of the world, high masons and members of the Eastern Star, physicians, teachers, authors, and members of all denominations, inclusive of the Hebrew, all these assembled at the call of the Grand Master of the Rose Cross Order for the 68th convocation. And that should silence the cockroaches who are now scurrying from the light, who say that they are not all one order. They are known as the Brotherhood, the Order, the Ancient Order of the Rose and Cross, the Fraternity of Freemasons, and, of course, those of you who have been listening know the rest. Reading again from the book, some years ago, R. Swinburne Clymer, author of The Philosophy of Fire, Ancient Mystic Oriental Masonry, The Rosicrucians, Their Teachings, Mysteries of Osiris, Soul Science and Immortality, and over 30 other works, bought a mountainous tract of land, and on this was built, quote, Beverly Hall, unquote. An assembly hall, press rooms, and libraries and chemical laboratory, which surrounded by orchards, vineyards, and rose gardens, set in terraced lawns, presents with its collie kennels and poultry plants a splendid combination of the beautiful and the practical. To this has been added the mystic, for in a secluded and wooded tract of 50 acres of this land, an artificial lake was made from a mountain stream, a throne room erected, and other improvements made which would be needed for the initiation of neophytes in the Egyptian mysteries. The convocation was called to order on June 1st in the Assembly Hall, built over 5 years ago for that purpose, and the delivery of a series of lectures upon practical as well as mystical subjects began and continued until the close of the convocation. The delegates and teachers presented the lectures, which were followed by discussions upon the subjects of eugenics, scientific motherhood, code of ethics for the schools and home, spiritual Christianity, that's a joke, personal hygiene, diet and health, sin, authority and individuality, Jacob's ladder, initiation, reincarnation, soul development, the second coming of the Christ, and the mystic significance of the seal of the United States. In the time of Solomon, as in the time of the Egyptian priesthood, no ceremony was ever held unless the circle of Solomon, commonly called the sacred seal of Solomon, had been previously prepared. But since the fall of Egypt and of the Temple of Solomon, this seal has been practically unknown, except to a limited number of students of ancient religions and mysteries. Folks, the seal of Solomon is not the six-pointed star which is on the flag of Israel. It is not the seal of David or the Star of David. It is not the seal of Solomon, as you will soon discover. During the first week in June, in the Grove, especially prepared for the dramatization of the ancient mysteries of Osiris, the seal of Solomon, often called the Magic Circle, was especially built, and on June 11th, the dedication of the Magic Circle took place in the presence of the delegates of the Rose Cross Order, some of whom were natives of Germany, England, and Russia. This was in accordance with the system as practiced by the ancient priests of Egypt and the Sanhedrin of the Temple of Solomon. On the night of June 13th, the first session of the class, including those of the order taking part in the initiation, assembled in the Grove of Osiris, which was illuminated by electricity from a central powerhouse especially prepared for the purpose, and the initiation of the ancient mysteries of Egypt in 3 degrees and 6 scenes. All students of the ancient mysteries and religions know that in the Temple of Solomon there were 3 courts. The outer court for the people being composed of 700 selected teachers and leaders. These were members of the first degree, Illuminati called also seekers, travelers, or soldiers. The middle court, or members of the second degree, were 70 in number and were supposed to be in the hall of meditation and acted as mediators between the people and the inner sanctuary. Above all was the inner court, or circle of the 7 priests and the master or high priest, who were the teachers between God and man, mediators between the seen and the unseen. In the Egyptian mysteries, the first court was made up of the royal youth of Egypt, and such students from foreign countries as desired to enter the temple and priesthood, and these during probation were often known as, quote, soldiers of the priesthood, unquote, as it was their duty while undergoing the preliminary training and test to guard the priesthood and its work even to the death. The second class, corresponding to a second degree, were those who had passed this test and who were in the hall of meditation and purification in preparation for the first vows and the dedication of the body, mind, soul, and spirit to God and the service of mankind. The third class, called the third degree, were those who had passed with credit the tests of the first degree, the purification of the second, as well as the various stages of development required of all students in the halls of meditation. In the royal third degree, which took place in the temple, the neophyte received the final instruction. After this came the final test in the beautiful ceremony of the death of the old life, the giving up of the body and its temptations, and the raising of the slain Osiris, our spiritual body, by his faithful spouse Isis, the soul, with the final illumination. On the 15th of June, the first section of the representatives left Beverly Hall for their respective homes, and the second section began to arrive for the preparatory lectures, and on the 19th of June, the ceremonies were repeated so that all might witness the initiation and take part in it so as to become members. So far as can be learned, either through travel or history, never before since the fall of Egypt and its priesthood and the fall of the Temple of Solomon has there ever been a grove a lake to represent the Nile, a magic circle, or a temple prepared, nor is it believed that anywhere in the world does there today exist such a circle. Nearest to this, however, is Stonehenge of the Druids of Britain, to which their descendants travel each year at a certain time to greet the sun and renew their vows. This is the first time, therefore, in 5,000 years that any order has attempted to build up this sacred emblem under the stately oak so that people of modern civilization might witness the beauties of the life and religion of the ancient people whose teachings of individual soul development made the glory of Egypt, the lost dreams of all Israel, the teachings of the Magi of Persia, all that was true in India, the splendid philosophy of Greece, the magnificence of the early Romans, the basis of pre-Christian Ireland's great schools, as well as the familiar Holy Grail legends of Britain, Celt, and Gaul. In this light of brotherhood of man and fatherhood of God was founded this great republic foretold by Virgil, upon whose seal is set the Egyptian pyramid, completed by the white stone of spiritual purification as the crown of the ages. It's time for our break, folks. Don't go away, for I'll be right back after this very short pause. In the winter, far beneath the snow, lies a seed that with the sun's love becomes the rose. Only those of you who have listened to the full series of broadcasts on the hour of the time of the mystery schools will understand exactly what that means. And you will know and have an entirely different understanding of that song, which is beautiful, to say the least, but does not convey the message that many of you have always thought you heard. You see, the mystery schools speak to each other in symbology, in a symbolic language that they have learned to use over the millennia to hide their real secrets, their real intent, their real work, which has always been from the beginning to reestablish on this earth an ancient government ruled by a council of wise men, a benevolent despotism, a one-world totalitarian socialist government. Don't ever forget that, folks. If you love being free, the New World Order utopia is not for you, and it certainly is not for me. Continuing now from the book entitled Fundamental Laws, the publication of a report of the 68th Convocation of the Rose Cross Order, during which they admit the existence of the Illuminati, they admit the existence of the Order, they admit the existence of the Brotherhood, they admit that all of these secret organizations, including Freemasonry, are all the same organization, all working toward the same goal. An incredible admission printed in their own publication, a hardbound book found up on a dusty shelf way back in the rear corner of an old used bookstore. Quoting again from the book, the American constellation of 13 stars set in the form of a double triangle was foretold by Merlin of King Arthur's court, and the philosophy of the Holy Grail and of Egypt's glory and Solomon's temple has been the day star of every great American statesman from Washington to Abraham Lincoln. Now, if you've been listening to this program, you know the day star is a reference to Lucifer, the light bringer, the angel of light, the morning star, also known as the son of the morning. After the ceremonies in the grove, there was given in the dining room of Beverly Hall at midnight a feast of the gods, at which neither meat nor spices formed part of the menu, but only fruits, nuts, and other products of sun-kissed foods. And that should tell you something about sun-kissed oranges. The conclusion of the rites was held at sunrise in the grove with a musical communion service at which nectar of roses distilled from the 30,000 roses blooming each June upon the lawns at Beverly Hall was served as emblematic of the wine of the soul, and for this service the rose bushes were planted several years ago. This is also from the book, folks. I wish that all the readers of this book might have been present at the preparation, at the building, and at the dedication of this ancient magic circle. Or I wish that I might be able to give a detailed description of these sublime ceremonies in this book. However, I cannot do this here, though I hope that in some future work I will be able to do so. Sufficient be it to say that when the stone, made out of cement by one of the brothers, was nearly finished, the dedication took place, and the emblems placed in the stone itself before it was completed were the American Beauty Rose in full bloom. This as a representation or symbol of the soul that has reached full illumination. The mystic ring. This was a solid gold ring belonging to one of the members present, upon which had been engraved the cross and the pentagram. All members of the Magi will know what this symbol stands for. The ring itself, as is known to the Magi, is a protecting agent against all evil or malignant influences when worn during any ceremonial or developing work. And the true magic mirror. This is an emblem of the soul, which when fully developed will act as a mirror to the universe, wherein may be wisdom and truth. Lastly, a complete copy of the private textbook entitled, quote, Ritualistic Occultism, unquote, which contains the ceremonies as made use of by the Magi. And 4 of these ceremonials were made use of by 4 of the Magi in the dedication of the magic circle. When all of this had taken place, the stone was completed, and then later in the day the characters were engraved upon the stone by the brother who had completed the stone. Of the midnight feast to the gods, and of the morning services which took place in the grove, it is not lawful for me to speak at this time. But it is my sincere prayer that all who are enrolled in the sacred schools may someday be present with us and witness these sublime ceremonies, especially as they are conferred in the spring of the year. In the spring of the year. Arrangements were made by the delegates present through voluntary contributions to either buy another large grove, or if that is found impracticable, to build a much larger hall in the Grove of Osiris, so that advanced ceremonies may be held the coming spring at the 69th convocation of the Rose Cross Order. Now I'm going to reveal something to you that I have never told you before on this program. I've been working up to it, and now is the time to tell you before I read from the next section of this book. For then you will understand what has been happening in the last 50 years and what is happening now. It was Harry Truman, a 33rd degree Freemason, who signed the United Nations Treaty, who pushed through and signed the United Nations Participation Act. It was also Harry Truman, a 33rd degree Freemason, operating in concert with Wild Bill Donovan, the head of the OSS, a member of the Sovereign and Military Order of the Knights of Malta and of the Order of the Knights Templar, who created the National Security Act, pushed it through Congress. Harry Truman signed it. It created the umbrella of national security, a curtain of secrecy. It created the Central Intelligence Agency, and behind this curtain of secrecy, the secret societies have been working to destroy the sovereignty of all nations and bring about a one-world totalitarian socialist government. And folks, all of the bugaboo enemies that you've been afraid of all your life were never enemies at all. For these were deceptions, manipulations. The only enemy, folks, that the people of the world have ever had is right here in this country, down at the corner in your town, in the temple that has no windows. And now, reading again from the book, the report from the 68th Convocation of the Order of the Rose Cross. Introduction to the Great Seal. It is rather a strange and an unknown thing for one to write an introduction to a single chapter appearing in a book, but the conditions are so unusual as to warrant it. More than a year ago, Grace K. Morey, the author of the article, The Great Seal of the United States and Its Mystic Significance, prepared a sketch for a short primer of the Illuminati teachings. And in this sketch, as will be shown by the drawings, it was brought out that man is not only a threefold being, but that he is actually a fourfold being as well. In short, that when he has succeeded in reaching soul illumination, he is the completed pyramid or true triangle. If the student will give serious study to the article on the seal of the United States, he will find that on the reverse side of the seal, which is as yet uncut, there is to be found the pyramid, but with the capstone as yet not placed, and thus he will see that the philosophy of the Illuminati is the absolute and undeniable philosophy upon which these United States are founded, as is clearly indicated by our fourfold philosophy, by the drawings representing our philosophy, and by the drawings of the reverse side of the United States seal. And thus it would appear that the unseen hierarchies which shaped the foundation of the great republic which must some day rule the world are the same hierarchies which gave us the soul science philosophy as taught by the Illuminati. And now you know why what has happened in this country has happened, and you now know why what is happening today is happening, and you now know why on the reverse of the Great Seal of the United States are the words Novus Ordo Seclorum, which literally translated means the new order of the ages, also known, ladies and gentlemen, as the New World Order. But I won't let you rest with that shock. Listen to this, dear listeners. Hold on to your chairs, because the incredible admission that is coming to you right out of the pages of this book is going to knock you flat. Reading again from the book. And thus it would appear that the unseen hierarchies which shape the foundation of the great republic which must someday rule the world are the same hierarchies which gave us the soul science philosophy as taught by the Illuminati. And now let us look into the future, not far, but just beyond the line. We find that scholars condemn the design of the reverse side of the United States seal, that it has never been cut, but has remained hidden as though it were something to be ashamed of. However, though this appears the truth, it is not the truth. The reason why it has never been cut is because the time is not yet, as the capstone has not yet been set. And what is this capstone? My reader, prepare for a shock. When Atlantis ruled the world, that which is now America was connected with Egypt by what is now Mexico, and in Mexico and the territory of Yucatan there is a pyramid in which the fire philosophers worshipped God as divine fire and life in like manner as did the initiates of Egypt, for the two were then one. America is not complete and will not be complete, cannot be complete until Mexico is again part of America as she was in the long ago. And when Mexico is once again a part of the United States, then will the capstone have been set on the pyramid, and the reverse side of the United States seal will be cut. Thus you will see that the soul science primer with its drawings is but the beginning of the article concerning the seal of the United States, while the article on body, mind, spirit, and soul is the final thereof. May it not be long until the Holy Pyramid shall be completed, and may it be completed without the shedding of blood. Lovingly given, R. Swinburne Clymer, Beverly Hall, Quakertown, Pennsylvania, July 6th, 1916. And now you know the final truth, ladies and gentlemen. Now you know the purpose of the free trade agreements. Now you know the purpose of GATT and NAFTA. Now you know where we're headed. Now you know that the middle class in this country is doomed. Now you know that the New World Order is being brought about by the intelligence community and the secret societies whose headquarters are in the United States of America, just 13 blocks from the White House. Now you know, in the incredible admissions in their own writing in this book, published by the ancient order of the Rose and Cross. Now you know that the Illuminati is real, that Freemasonry is a part of the Illuminati, that the Rose and Cross is a part of the Illuminati, that they are also called the Order, the Brotherhood, that they also consist of the Knights Templars. They also consist of the Knights of Malta and all of the other secret societies whose organizational structure is in the shape of a pyramid, with a few at the top who really know what the great work and the great plan is, and a whole bunch of slathering idiots thirsting after the secrets on the bottom who will never, ever know anything. Are the cockroaches scattering? If this broadcast doesn't do it, nothing will. If this doesn't wake you up, ladies and gentlemen, nothing will. If you don't understand now the 18 hours of the series that I've aired on the mystery schools, you will never understand it now or in the future. If you don't know where we're headed now, then you never will. If you are not concerned now, then you have already placed the chains upon your ankles and you have already watched freedom fly. If this broadcast does not do it, nothing will. This is the last voice of freedom. This is the only revelatory media source in the world today. The hour of the time is the only outlet for truth left upon this earth. Ladies and gentlemen, what you have heard tonight is the final parting of the curtain. It is the opening of the last door that was to be opened. It is the final understanding of where we have been, where we are at, and where we are going. It is the light. It is the illumination in the darkest corners. You are looking at the forbidden fruit. You have heard tonight what you were never to hear, what has been forbidden for thousands of years. You now know what the great work is. You now know who is bringing it about. You too can find this book if you search hard enough in the incredible admissions that are contained within it. Will give you the ammunition and the armor to march out here on the battlefield with me and many others who are trying to stop what is coming. Remember what Mr. Swinburne said at the end of his article, and I'll read that to you again. May it not be long until the Holy Pyramid shall be completed, and may it be completed without the shedding of blood. Lovingly given, R. Swinburne Clymer, Beverly Hall, Quakertown, Pennsylvania, July 6th, 1916. And I am telling you now, their goal is to destroy all other religions save theirs, destroy all existing nation states save theirs, and shackle the mob, and that is you. Good night, dear listeners, and God bless you all.
Hi folks, I'm Alan Watt, and this is Cutting Through the Matrix on the 27th of August 2017.
Across America.
Hi folks, I'm Alan Watt, and this is Cutting Through the Matrix on the 3rd of September 2017. I hope you're all surviving as best as possible in this micromanaged world of ours, because it really is micromanaged. We have the Air Force boasting about control of the weather, and not just the US Air Force, other countries are involved in the same projects, of course, and the universal world spraying of the skies with the geoengineering going on since 1998, pretty well full time. They did experimental stuff long before that, but 1998 is when they really started making a very pretty well daily occurrence, especially up here in Ontario. And we have micromanagement of our lives as well. People don't realize that your life is pretty well micromanaged. And I was thinking about that today, watching them spray out the back here. It was a nice day otherwise, but the mess they created with these new types of wispy, mushy trails all over in all weird shapes and directions and so on, which is normal now, got me to really ponder it once again and think about how other people perceive this. And most don't even know it's happening. They wouldn't believe you, even if you have the evidence. But they will take evidence, verbal evidence, from an authority figure on the news. That's how they've been trained. If they come out and say it, they'll believe it. Managing the public across the whole planet is quite an easy task today. All authorities out there know exactly what you're thinking about because you put your data up in a whole bunch of ways today, electronic ways, daily. And even if you don't go in for all that kind of stuff and you watch television and you're on satellite or whatever, they got all that data, or you're on cable. They know what you're watching and what your habits are and so on and so on. You're completely managed and you don't know it. It's always really been that way without the technology, and they had different methods of gathering information about people. They even had spies, and I've done talks on that before. The spies in the so-called democratic countries scattered throughout the streets and towns and villages and cities, whose job it was to gather basically gossip about people. And they had cardex systems, file card systems, written out and filled in by the 1950s, in fact, on most of the people across Europe and the West. And now it's all electronic, of course. They've got far more data on all of us, actually. And they know the trends, but they're always putting in trends out there for you to follow. And they sit back and show the chatter on the net and Twitter and so on. They know exactly how it's working in real time and how to vamp things up or alter things to make it something more effective. It's rather a perfect system. But see, in the old days, it was mainly through spies, basically spies. And they say that London alone had over 5,000 spies in about the 1940s, 50s. Scattered through pubs and everything, or some of them would actually go around the pubs, not a bad job really, and it's all paid by the taxpayer, and just gathering gossip and chat and so on. Other ones were ex-bureaucrats who took early retirement and were given basically supplements if they went into certain areas and just gathered information in the community. They'd even start up little clubs basically of all kinds. And with meeting the people in the area through their clubs, they could get all the chatter and gossip about people too and see what they're up to. It's not things are vastly different from what people think the way things are at any time, in fact. Most people, I've said before, go to their deaths never knowing the truth about anything. They never know they've been nudged along from birth to death. They never know that the reasons that they've had world wars, for instance, and subsequent wars were for vastly different reasons than what they were told. And most of them would never have gone to war in the first place if they realized that the agenda was, for instance, in World War II, and by those who helped bring it on, people who actually wrote about having another world war And they wanted World War I and then World War II. H.G. Wells did talk about it. And they got what they wanted, and it still wasn't enough, but they had plans for basically destroying the whole culture of the Western countries. Completely. Now, if you destroy the culture, you destroy society. And that's what the end of marriage and having children and all the rest of it, and sex galore and then abortions and drugs and all the chaos that followed. So that's warfare. And these are methods of warfare. I've talked before about how Yuri Bezmenov went into very good talks on how we destroy culture and the intents of destroying culture, how it works, and what you're seeing in a lot of countries in Europe and elsewhere with the onslaught, basically, of managed mass exodus from various Middle Eastern countries and African countries. Really, what you're seeing is basically an apathy of cultures that have had years of propaganda used against them to deculturalize them. They cannot stand up for themselves anymore. And they're pretty well dysfunctional in a sense. They're now churning out books about the death of Europe and the strange death. There's nothing strange about it. It was all planned that way. And it's true too, when a culture has lost everything, its reason for being, and even the myths that created it in the first place and kept on going. When it's all destroyed, they fall apart, and they're fair game for the next onslaught, or whoever is going to take over. And those who take over will be used in the same way that the previous peoples were used. That's how incredibly well managed this whole system is. As I've said before, you must always stand back and say who benefits and who is always screaming about your culture. And you've got to use your own intellect and judgment. That's what it's for, by the way. And don't be scared to use your own intellect and judgment, because you should at least know who is putting you under, who's exterminating you in a sense, why it's being done, and again, who benefits. And then there's stacks and stacks of books out now and reports from big think tanks about the future and the kind of society and this small society that would rule the world as the rest of the populations die off, what they call surplus populations, and useless eaters, as Bertrand Russell called them too, for the brave new world that they want to bring in. And they're actually bringing it in simultaneously as somebody's dying off too. It's quite amazing to watch it all. And plus, you see them rewelding countries like Scotland and other parts of Europe and so on, in areas where there's still people existing, and their sheep are getting killed off with wolves and things like that. Well, that's to be expected, because you're getting a message loud and clear that they're already setting up the stage of a world where you and all your kind won't be in it anymore. That's the message, isn't it? So, lots is going on, of course, all the time. And even the management of our minds as we go through the feigned crisis, left, right, and centre, that they keep giving us today. We don't get news. Before, we used to get bits of news. Sometimes you would get more extensive news of what was going on, but it was always slanted. Media has always been owned, and private ownership, and even governmental ownership, naturally, is going to slant things and use propaganda on the public. Partly, you can understand why they do it sometimes, but not all the time. Because you do have people in society, what we call society, is very fragile. And you can get all kinds of wacky groups existing in society. And it's not difficult for those with the understanding who can really whip them up into a frenzy and use them by pressing the right buttons. The same thing that Edward Bernays talked about too, from his uncle Freud, because they talked about the great unconscious, this seething mass is Freud, and even Carl Jung would talk about it, of the unconscious, where so much within a person happens below our completely conscious state of affairs or awareness. Lots of drives and impetuses, all working and pushing, etc. And under what they call the veneer of civilization, we can just keep things in check. Otherwise you would have chaos. We see occasionally these glimpses of chaos today with the massive demonstrations in the US, for instance, and across the rest of the world as well, ready to go into almost a Bolshevik revolution by those who are above it, so not the ones who are participating, the ones above it who run it all and manage it all and create it all, and literally spent years and years and years preparing the field for it, basically, through universities, etc. They know exactly what they're doing, but they know how to push the right buttons to create people who literally are going to blame everything that's wrong in their own personal lives on whatever target is pointed out to them by their authority figures, the ones that they will follow. They're obedient to powerful authority figures, and they will attack whomever they're told to attack. Very dangerous state of affairs, and it shows you that civilization has nothing to do with progressing to some better state of mental affairs, because the same techniques have been used down through the ages by very clever people who understand how to use what they call the mob or the crowd and so on. Well documented in sociology and behaviorism and anthropology, etc. People are always being used for things which they can be riled up about. The simple technique, of course, is when you think you're going to be invaded by someone. That's a simple, natural technique that everybody understands. And so you do say, oh my goodness, we're going to get invaded, we better join up and have a war, etc. And you'll believe all the propaganda that's pumped your way. Part of the news might be true that there's going to be a war, but they'll always slant as to why. You'll never get the full reasons as to why the war is coming about in the first place. What are the real things behind this war? But you'll go off and you'll do your thing and the whole bit, and you might even go to your grave many years later if you're not killed in the war, and you'll believe it was all for this, that, or the other. And you'll never be told it. The truth will come out maybe 50, 60, 70, or even 100 years after you're dead. They tend to disclose things and do away with the official secret stamp on it. And you get to find out why things happen. But not always. Sometimes we label them for another 100 years or whatever it happens to be. They deem it at the very top as not good for everyone to know the real truth about anything. And that's really the most perfect form of control, isn't it? That generations can go through their lifetime never knowing the real reasons for anything. Never knowing that one club in Britain, in London, really came up, at least we're told anyway, came up with the idea, from their own records, they boast about it, of a global society run on their system, a system that they ran already in Britain, for instance, and how they would bring it about by all these different means possible, including wars if need be. And they even had it right about who they were going to have the wars with in the late 1800s. They knew they were going to have it with Germany. They had no argument about that. They were going to stop Germany in its tracks because Germany at that time really was outdoing Britain, for instance, in production. Britain was well known for its mass production, and Germany was larger, bigger population, and they could really outdo it too. So they're going to stop Germany in its tracks. And it's quite interesting how things work. As I say, and I've said that years and years ago on the air, I said that if you're going to fight for anything, it's best to make sure that you know what it's all about, and don't be used by anybody. And also, as I say, the chances are you are going to be used by somebody. I never join crowds. I don't care what they're protesting or they're for or against. I've found through experience that you often have the same puppeteers running both sides of things. That's how they keep conflict going, and that's how they get the desired change. If you manipulate the outcome of the conflict between at least two parties, then you actually plan and create the future you want to bring into being. You can't change anything without conflict, and that's the whole idea of the thesis and antithesis and synthesis. That's what that's all about. Under communism, for instance, and don't think that communism, anything to do with communism, is just for communists. Every side uses everything that works. Regardless of who they are, they'll use the same techniques. But under the Hegelian dialectic, if you want to plan change, you've got to look at the parts of society or culture, whatever it happens to be, the system that you want to change, and you've got to have a side, and then create an opposing side to it. Have the conflict, the debates, arguments, strikes. So it doesn't make any difference what techniques you use, as long as you have the conflicts of some kind, and then you direct the change, the synthesis, which is what you wanted in the first place. And then under the old Marxian game too, you take that, and Trotsky was in for all this kind of thing, you take that synthesis and that becomes the brand new thesis. And you got to create another antithesis just to get the next thesis, and that's what they call progress. If you ever wonder what they mean by progress, and progressive left or progressive this, that's what they're talking about. That's a technique to use to get to it. So all the major conflicts you see of all kinds are simply techniques used by those in power at the very top, not the people you vote for, and they can get society as to where they want it to be down the road by managing into the future. Again, they talked about this on both sides a long time ago. The communists talked about it, and Marxists talked about the whole idea of evolution when they merged. And don't forget that Marx praised Darwin for coming up with this idea. He said, we need this so badly, for the communistic society that was coming into being. He said, we need this so badly. He says, this idea of science. Science will justify it, because they want to make the whole idea of Marxism into what they called a science, an evolutionary science. So a progressive science of managing society as it evolves into higher societies. That's the idea behind it. And so he praised Darwin for coming up with evolution. And it's a whole different story too as to where all that went, of course. But what I'm getting at is they thought they could speed up evolution. It's a natural evolution. And there's been debates in the past before about, say, world government. Would it come around naturally, they would say. And if that's the case, if they all agree that would come about naturally, which it doesn't have to be, by the way, then why not speed up the system and make it happen, force it to happen? Through wars, displacement, again, by any means possible, make it all happen. And once you have a multicultural society across the planet, then, and lots of folk are for this, and even they're misled about it too, even those helping manage it. But if you had a completely multicultural society across the world, then eventually the whole idea of nationhood and culture and history would all fade away. And that's why there's also an onslaught against history at the present time, against Western countries again. It's not by chance. Nothing's happening on its own, like some inevitable roller coaster or loosened stone that comes along and then gathers more and more moss and gets bigger and bigger and bigger. But that's basically what's the whole idea behind what's happening today too. And a lot of lies are told, as I say, even some of the managerial side, to make them believe in it too, or keep them believing in it, because the multicultural thing, unfortunately, tends to have people living in their own areas with their own peoples, and they'll tell you a lot of the ones who come in to the Western countries over the last 70 years or so, they prefer their own. They're different cultures. There's no reason not to prefer their own, is there? There's no natural thing that says you must prefer everybody else's culture, etc. It doesn't work that way. And in some cultures, they look at the white Europeans and they think they're really ugly. It's quite amazing. If you see it only from one perspective, you realize they all see that from their own perspectives, and that's the way it is. But I think, too, that those at the very, very top understand this perfectly well, too, that it won't be just some sort of happy camp. It's really for a form of continuous control down through society into a future where there'll be conflict and skirmishes and anger and so on. In a global society, it will be global, and they'll manage it with a global police force and a global army, a fast response across the planet. They actually wrote about this, well, maybe 15, 20 years ago, where they would have these massive special planes that were as fast as a Concorde, but as big as jumbo jets, and they could literally deploy troops across the world in a moment's notice, where there'd be riots across in certain countries in a global society. Under Marxism, too, they talked about the centralization of power. And don't forget that Marx at the time wrote this in London. He had got financing coming in from London. And don't forget at the same time you had this group in London that also was planning a world government too, with the same ideas of centralization of power. That's not a coincidence. An idea being, once you have trading blocks, kind of United Europe and in Americas, and Marx talked about these trading blocks under a super world government, then you can imagine how easy it would be to control all of society, including depopulation. Because if you're all on the same foodstuffs, etc., and cancer will go sky high, as it already has in the Western countries, with all the pesticides and the GMO and everything else, then if you had that across the entire world, and you manage across the whole world, till no one could object to it if you ran the whole planet, they'd all have to eat the same stuff, etc., and you could really depopulate evenly across the world at the same rate. Why do you think, and I've read the articles again from the big think tanks, including the military think tanks from Britain, the ones for NATO and so on, when they talk about 2050, there'll be a drastic decrease in population across the world. They don't say why. But of course, they must have information and data to bring them to that conclusion. It's just that they're not going to tell you in their public reports. So, as I say, they'll have a world that they can thin out, depopulate, as of course those multi-trillionaires, they're going to increase, by the way. If you notice, everything's got going into, rather than more and more hands, the power itself is going to less and less hands. Everything today is some big supposed front person, this big CEO of whatever it is, computer systems or whatever. It's all the same thing, who suddenly becomes a philanthropist and ends up running the world. You're going to see more and more of this as this power is consolidated across the planet. It's not my guessing. It's just that I've read enough of their own meetings and so on, and books, etc., to come to these conclusions. Meanwhile, of course, most folk will never know. Just like generations in the past never knew, as I said, what was really, really happening, or given the real reasons why things were happening. They're never told the truths. And as long as money is entrusted to private hands to manage for the planet, or nations for that matter, then we'll never be in any better shape either financially. It's not intended that you, or that society, or even a world society, lives a full, productive, happy life. It's not intended. In fact, those who run the world, and pretty well own it, and who do manage the world's financial systems, and they're quite open about it too, and blatant about it, that is built in to inflation. Every year, everything goes up in price. And, for instance, in Britain, a house in the country, a nice house in the country, back in, say, 1950, you could get for £3,500. And there's some apartments, or even flats, as they call them, in London that would even pay the rent for a month with that today. And they would think that's normal. That's because it's all based on debt. And so they print more money up every year. And you need more money, more numbers, put it that way, to get the same amount of stuff you had a few years ago. And it gets worse and worse all the time. It's a racket. But whoever lends the money out, even if it's lending nothing except the nod to print it, they're the masters, obviously. They're the masters to the borrower. And that's an old saying, and it's said by people who rule the money system themselves. Franklin talked about it quite a lot too, and many others. Nothing's changed. That's the way it is. But the future has been planned, as I say. But that's the saddest thing. The saddest thing, as I say, that the generation after generation never knows that pretty well everything they do, or even the little things they're allowed to like, or even nudged into liking, certain types of music, certain types of something or other, or art, or whatever it happens to be, are all authorized by those people they never even know exist. They don't even know the nudgers exist. It's really astonishing. And you know darn well, after and they're already using it with the Texas flooding, with the hurricane and so on, that, they'll blame global warming for global warming's been blamed for everything for years and years and years. Even bad winters, so it can't fail. And remember too, as I've said before, our lives are so short. They really are short. And that's why it's so easy to pull the tricks out the bag for the magic boys at the top to blame all this flooding, etc., or the hurricane and global warming, and it's all your fault, man-made anthropogenic global warming, you're going to pay dearly for it, give up all your rights and pay all these taxes to Al Gore and all of his ilk, who are going to reap the harvest of cash. And I guess they're going to, I don't know, maybe they're going to start, I don't know, killing cows on altars or something. Who knows, eh? With all this money they're going to get. But it's a con, as I say, to give up all your rights for management of the whole planet. That's very clever. Remember what the Club of Rome said, that they came up with a plan. They were given the task of finding a way to unite the world under some scary scenario, like war or something. Well, it's a war of the planet on man. That's the idea. And it's man. The reason it's warring against man is because man is the enemy. Man is the enemy. Depopulate man. How do you do that? Bring in austerity. Bring in famine if need be. Easy to do. Easy to do with today's techniques of warfare. Don't forget, under the biowarfare, and every country's had that since even before World War II, they'll not only discussed all these techniques, they actually created means of making it happen. Very effective as well. And believe you me, the world is so different from the one that you're brainwashed to believe exists from all your daily TV watching or your movies and so on, that you're really at their mercy because you're completely naive. And most folk always are. Now, to get back to these various planned and well-organized riots that you're seeing, and they'll try and step them up, I'm sure, too, and getting back to the reasons why they can recruit so many people. Society has changed so drastically, radically, since, say, 1950 to the present time. Because there was a war on society of the West. Authorized, published, of how to destroy it all. Right down to, the family unit had to be destroyed. And the promotion of a whole system, a complete system, which was designed not to be able to sustain itself, even with man, woman, and children. Most people, since about the 60s onwards, became dysfunctional rather quickly. The TV was the greatest weapon ever devised. And it was put to full use to help destroy society. Again, Bestman have talked about the destruction of the culture and how well it had worked. And by 1970, he said, beyond the wildest dreams of the KGB. And don't think that the KGB were somehow wafting the ideas across the sea. They had a good chunk of the US and the culture industry promoting all this stuff through whatever they wrote about and so on. And people, as they say, monkey see, monkey do, and they copy what they see. And why do you think, for instance, as a little analogy, look at the average checkout counter in a grocery store, and you'll see all the candies, probably both sides of the checkout counter, as you're waiting to go into the main part. All at low level, and that's where the children will grab them. Because here's candy, children want it, children grab it. And you have a hard time getting that off the children. So most of the people who go to the parents, if there's a parent at all, goes through with them, will just pay for it rather than cause a fuss. And that's how the marketers have designed it, with those display guys that work in all the stores. And it's the same thing when you tell youngsters from the age of about 14 onwards, say in the 1960s, just to have free sex. And it's promoted from the top, from BBC and all these television programs and Top of the Pops and everything else. And it was also naughty, naughty, tee-hee-hee, as they would interview people strung out on drugs that were so-called pop stars. And the youngsters all saw that, and they grew up with it, and they emulated what they saw, because that's what's promoted. Before that, the previous generation had different idols, again given to them by the culture industry. So Hollywood gave John Wayne and characters like that, the mannish man, to emulate, and he would be the idol type for young men to watch and say, my God, I want to be like that. And then they changed it all completely, as I say, with the drugs and the pop music and the sex, drugs and rock and roll, and that was it. All planned to destroy everything. And it's true enough, and they knew this from all their studies they'd done long before, and other cultures, by the way, that you could quickly and easily destroy a culture if you promoted sexual activity, hypersexual activity, very, very young, even pre-pubertal. That's where they're pushing it once again, the same way again. If you can hypersexualize them, they'll never stay with a partner. So the whole idea in partnership is to bond. It's a nature's method of making sure that you bond so that you'll look after the children. If they don't both stay together and a child is born, then the child, and maybe the mother too, is going to die if they don't have food, etc. So bonding is a natural thing. The big boys wrote many books about it, that they would separate the bonding from the sexual activity. And so you just have the sexual activity as recreation. And then the state stepped in to handle the fallout, which of course was unwanted pregnancies and so on. And they brought the pill out at the same time, and it was just thrown around like candy by the doctors in Britain, for instance. And it was all done by design, as I say. Quite amazing. And they're going far, far beyond that today, in this day and age, until they then have, say, all males on one side and all females. Then you got to go to war with all that as well. I read a book on biowarfare, in fact. It came out in the 1970s, late 70s. And they had a lot of projections into the future of different methods of warfare, including biowarfare. They did touch on the creation of sterility in mammals, and then eventually into humans as a possibility. But they also said that they could make sex so incredibly common, like this sex, wherever you turned, you'd be good sex of all kinds, that men would turn into all different avenues, and women too, just for a change. They'd be so saturated with it all. They could try all different things just for a change, but the change could also be guided by those who promote culture. Nothing happens by chance, is what I'm telling you. Nothing at all. And right down to the riots again, because look at the riots, where people they can't even articulate why they're furious and angry. And that's a form, as I've mentioned before, even years ago I mentioned that on the air, when I was on the air. There's a form of, that ads, for instance, in Canada, and probably other countries too, but in Canada, I guess it was a high school, and some guy comes along, he's furious about something, he kicks open the door into the bathroom, and the washroom, there's a washroom in the school, and he starts kicking all the different doors and kicking the walls and screaming, and all he could do is grunt and clench his teeth, because he couldn't articulate. And that's the key to it. He could not articulate what the problem was. Just pure blind rage. If you have a society where all the norms have been kicked out from underneath you, a society always has a culture. If the culture's been wrecked and destroyed, then the youth don't even see themselves having a partner or children. It never enters their consciousness. See, nature doesn't care about you and how you feel. Nature gives you a lot of drives and so on to make sure that you procreate, to have offspring. The rest of it, too, as I say, is the bonding and so on to make sure that offspring survives. We're in an artificial system now. And because the artificial system, purpose is lacking. And when purpose is lacking, you've still got this massive conflict, again, back into Freud or Bernays' deep unconscious motives and drives and all the rest of it, all bashing against this sea, this unconscious sea of writhing drives and bits and bytes of information and so on, but all driving, and there's no resolution anymore, there's no purpose. Then you've got a ready-made army to agitate. And all you have to do is point out why, not the truth, but point out to them, oh, there's your enemy, that's why you're so unhappy. And they'll go to it, and they'll destroy that enemy, or destroy themselves or society in the process. There's an awful lot of that going on right now. It's all scientifically managed by behaviorists and neuroscientists, etc. And out of major conflicts, which they'll cause, they'll come out with solutions, which will be how to manage us all even more micromanaged, and even safeguards to make sure, just like in Brave New World, you have Soma or something, or your little chip, to make sure that endorphins are released remotely into your brain by a little chip that's triggered. To stop you getting upset, you understand. And it will be all mandated as necessary because society seems to be going crazy. And a lot of folk will agree with it because, as I say, their purpose for a lot of people today is disappearing. And for those newcomers coming into say, the Western countries, you give them 30 years and they'll be in the same mess. Guarantee you. As they suck on the tea of television and get brainwashed and so on. It's already working with a lot of them. They have a lot of problems with their offspring. So many ways to manage the world, isn't it? But those who manage it, as I say, don't even live in the countries often. They own islands, some of them. They own their own islands in rather exotic places. But they never drive amongst the crowded cities and the people who live in them and so on. They don't mix with it. They'll learn different lifestyles. Like Bertrand Russell said, they're different species now. That's how they see themselves. Or the Lucky Gene Club, for instance, the Bill Gates and Oprah and the rest of them that have their little meetings of how they should help rule the world, as their organization, CFR, says that they should. It's time the philanthropists came forward and took the rightful place in rulership, they said a few years back. And I read their article in there too. Anyway, what I'm getting at is most folk around you never know any of this. They never know why things are really happening. Most of them don't want to know. If they live in a what they think is a rather safe system, so safe that they've never had to worry about anything to an extent, then it terrifies them to think that that safe cocoon system could be possibly taken away from them. It terrifies them. So they don't want to know. And they'll tell you, and it's not their fault, but they'll tell you that even if you show me the evidence, I've heard this directly, even if you show me the evidence, I will choose not to believe it, because it's too terrifying. And if you burst someone's bubble, they'll turn on you. That's what they say, ignorance is bliss. The best thing you can do is to hang on to the few friends, and there probably are a few friends, and that's just about it that you have. Through thick and thin, if you can, unless they're really, really nasty and you can't manage them. But you will, and we do need people, because no one truly is an island. We can live apart from people and so on, but no one's a complete island, because once in a while you'll need help. You will, for different reasons. And it's good to have even 2 or 3 people you can count on. That's what Plato said. If you've influenced 5 people, or have 5 people you can say are your friends in your entire life, then you've done awfully well. Awfully well. As I say, that's one thing you can hang on to, if you can, because society is going into a really crazy phase right now. Only crazy because managed and promoted craziness to create all kinds of bizarre scenarios in order to come out with a new system, including austerity, the global warming, chaos, blah, blah, riots, unemployment, you name it. And then they'll bring in all different conflicts with multiculturalism or ethnic groups and so on coming in as well. And then come out with a new system and a whole new way of they'll tell you that it was going to be post-democratic. Remember the Club of Rome that came up with the idea of blaming the man for causing all the problems in the world and the weather and so on. And they said that would fit the bill. They had a whole bunch of scenarios, but that's the one they chose. That would fit the bill. That would do. That's the one they settled on. And when they settle on something, they'll get the mantras going, and they'll never ever change it, the mantras. Never. They always get what they want. So you should have someone, or a couple of people you can really talk to in an honest fashion, to keep your own sanity if you can. Because things are not going to get any better. Big, big changes. And the Club of Rome also, in all of its publications, pretty well sometimes hints, and some states straight out, that democracy is too cumbersome a system to get things done efficiently in a panic or crisis situation. So democracy was created simply as a front, keep the people quiet, thinking they're rights and all that, for a while you create this world system, and then once you've got it done and you bring in all the chaos, then you say, well, we can't manage anymore, we need a new system, and they'll blow off the dust off the scrolls and present it to the world. That's how the world really is run. That's quite amazing to me to watch. It gets boring too. And as I say, remember your own life is short. It is short, honestly. And if you can get to 40, you'll find the next 20 years will just fly in. Especially if you have some kind of mission in life, you'll find that you'll fly in like crazy. And you'll have to look back and even if you think you haven't changed anything, what you have to do is try and occasionally stop yourself and ask yourself, what have I learned from myself? What have I experienced for myself? There's much, much bigger things than all of this and all this data put out from 1,000 different sources, and even in different sides that you think might even be yours that are all con as well. That's how amazingly things are managed this day and age. It really is. And as I said years and years ago, you're in more than just a very clever, it is very clever, and you can get all the organizations that are behind a lot of this and their own publications, and there's nothing to guess at, but you're also into basically a spiritual battle. Very much so. Very, very much so. And when you meet some of those at the top, or even read their works, in fact, of how they're, for instance, Prince Philip, many of those organizations that are into environmentalism, that's who they have at the top, all these things. And he's been quite blatant about the culling that must come. You must cull off. When you have too many deer in an area, you've got to have a culling of them. And the same thing applies to people. They're quite blatant about all of this. And Prince Philip, I'm sure, doesn't identify and has never identified with the folk he helps rule over. As the Duke of Edinburgh, husband to the Queen. They don't relate to the people. You can go into so much of the reserved land under the UN, reserved as biospheres and nature preserves, and it's often the best farming land across Africa. That's not a coincidence. And who's at the head of it all? The WWF and so on. Guess who? And not just one person, but a whole stack of them. Now, I'm just going to run through a few articles tonight. And the reason I'm talking about keeping your friends and so on, because mine are dropping off like crazy right now. People I know of, and so on. But people are just really just dying. And different ages too. You know, all ages. And that's becoming more and more common as younger and younger folk too are dying off. But as I say, you can imagine having world meetings about killing more of us off, as though we're just farm animals. In a sense, to them we are, you know. But it will dawn on people, I hope. And I think it will, regardless whether they like it or not, some of them, who don't want to even go into a realm that's they've been taught to hate in the first place, which is very clever, again, if you have an enemy. But if you understand what spiritual realms mean, you are human. And as human beings, you can express so much you can express and verbalize and communicate. And you really do have abilities that many animals don't have. They express themselves in a lot of other beautiful ways, fantastic. But when you meet people who quite coldly and calmly at meetings discuss the need to kill off more people faster, and when you realize that there's a lot of them in the audience the same, their own ilk, their own creed, their own group. Or as I say, Bertrand Russell said that, they are a separate breed, in other words, that's how they see themselves. Then you're dealing with something that you can't really, just like psychopaths, for instance, you can't really say in some sense that they're not fully human. They might look human, they might test their DNA for human, but the fact is there's something vastly different. You could probably dissect their brains forever and never, and you won't find anything physically different in them. But what comes out of those minds, you'd have to say is not human. It's the same with those who plan massive wars. How can you possibly say they're human? We're way in advance. They talked about taking out Afghanistan, then Iraq, and then Libya and Syria and Iran and so on. And they're still going at it after all these years. It hasn't stopped. But way in advance, before 9/11 happened, they published the Wesley Clark talked about it too. A list of countries. But they need a Pearl Harbor event to make it happen, according to the PNAC group. And these guys they must play the lotto all the time, because they always seem to be spot on. They just win what they want. And they get what they want. And they take out those countries. And then you have the articles that came out after some of the wars had happened in Iraq and so on. And Tony Blair and others had discussions with the big oil companies and gas companies and so on, before they went into these countries to see who could divvy up all the winnings, all the loot from the war, the profiteers. They get all the booty. And you have to say with these people, you're dealing, you can say that you're dealing with with psychopaths who are able to form massive clubs and work together awfully, awfully well. Or else you've got to say, well, what are these creatures really, in a spiritual sense? It's one and the same thing, isn't it, really? But that's what's running the world. And these are the ones who work high up in academia and are all for this world agenda, depopulation, even if it takes austerity into starvation and so on. They'll do it all. I remember a Greenpeace party member in Britain a few years ago, and I read that article out of the Mail or somewhere, where she said it's a pity we couldn't get a war scenario going, kind of like World War II, where the people in Britain did everything they were told to save themselves, and they sacrificed right down to the verge of starvation, pretty well, and etc., into real austerity. It's a pity we couldn't get that and to do that in the same kind of form again. Do people vote for these characters? What's wrong with them if they do? Think about it. Think about it. And what you might scoff at right now, you won't in a few years' time. You do get wiser as you get older. Just to tie into some of this tonight, some articles. As I say, I'll put an article or two up on Houston and the flooding and all the rest of it, what's been happening there. And they'll play this on up big time, even though it's not the first, as I say, but you live short lives and you don't realise that this happens maybe a couple of times a century and things like that. And then you've got an article that came out about a week ago or so, US Army Corps of Engineers to release water from 2 Houston area dams. I remember them saying that, and it would cause more and more flooding. And so you have to wonder, why don't they do, if when they build these dams, surely they have pipelines in to divert the water away in some other far direction than the floodplain. Huh? But they're really adding to the problem. And sure enough, once they released it, apparently the water went up about 20 feet. 2 dams. And I've talked over the years and given you many different articles on how your own governments test us, because we're cattle to them. To understand, those who work in governments are psychopaths, basically. They're basically classed as psychopaths. They're very pleasant, a lot of them, even the bureaucrats. But those at the very top know darn well that they're working for much higher powers than the general public. They have bosses way above them, the financial bosses, and so the real rich people of the planet. Anyway, millions were in germ war tests. Again, as I said before, this is from 15 years ago, but they start to admit stuff that it would never tell you at the time. And the Ministry of Defence turned large parts of the country into a giant laboratory to conduct a series of secret germ warfare tests on the public. Why are you worried about an enemy? A government report just released provides for the first time a comprehensive official history of Britain's biological weapons trials between 1940 and 1979. It's a pity it didn't do the ones after that. But again, they'll release that stuff in another 50 years probably, and let you know what else they've been killing you off with in the meantime. But this is official stuff, declassified from the government itself. No one cares now, because most of the folk around then are dying off, you see, so that's why they tell you years later when they're all dying off. This article is pretty good. I've got documentaries of some of these, actual video documentaries on some of these particular so-called tests upon the public. But they sprayed all kinds of things, biochemicals, biowarfare chemicals, bacterium, and carcinogens, zinc, cadmium, sulfide on the population. And there's some people now trying to demand compensation from the government because their children became deformed and so on. This is not by accident. They know what this stuff does to the public. And to say that they did it to test what would happen if the Russians were to do it, well, why would you be doing something that your supposed enemy would be doing to you? Why would you do it instead? It makes no sense at all, does it? But in reality, the Cold War, a good part of it was a farce to begin with. Also, dicamba complaints slowly filtering in. It's a pesticide. It's spreading across wherever it's been put on fields. Now it's really spreading outwards from there and harming plants along the way. And also crops that kill pests by shutting off their genes. Real biowarfare now, because they're literally using stuff that it's a process called RNA interference to block protein translation and gene expression and so on. And you eat the stuff, and believe you me, you will eat. It's going to get a lot worse than what you've got already, with different things happening to the public and children and so on, with this particular form being used today. I guarantee you. I might do more of this stuff next week, in fact. But it just makes you so darn sick of the system we truly live in. As I say, ignorance is bliss, and they want to keep everybody utterly ignorant as they do all this kind of stuff upon the public. It's really astonishing. It's not just to kill off pests, for goodness sake. But that's what they give you for reality, isn't it? And most folk accept it as reality. Quite some. And you wonder why. I mean, it's true. I understand why people just want to hide their head in the sand. And they'll say, I don't want to know this. I don't want to hear this. This is too depressing. But that's what life really is today. We're not living in a normal existence. We're living in a very controlled society. Well managed. And it's not meant to have your best interests at heart. It really doesn't. And it's rather sad, isn't it? To what the world could have been, supposed to, how these characters at the top make it. And academia, unfortunately, has taken what they call its rightful place. And all of this, and science and researchers are now boasting that they have the right to basically remake the world and society and humans as well. And everything else that will live on this planet in the future. So forgive me for appearing a little bit morose perhaps today, but it's just really the fact that I get so sick of the system in which we live, and as I say, even all the different organisations out there that you think are there to speak for you, you'll get a big shock if you maybe find out who they really are. And for me, my word goes even further, because there's big shows out there that will grab my stuff all the time and repeat it. So I feel like an unpaid employee, in a sense. And they'll never mention your name. But that's the way life is, isn't it? No one said it would be fair. Ain't that the truth? Anyway, for those out there who are still struggling to get along, and I really am into everybody's lives out there, I really, really am. Across the whole world, there's people who are really decent, honest people who get in touch with you and they talk from the heart, and that means an awful lot. And yeah, you definitely share their trials and tribulations that we all have, of course, and that's what life is also about. That's what it really, really is about, isn't it? From myself, Alan Watt from Ontario, Canada, it's good night. May your God or your gods go with you.
Article from, yes folks, I'm going to read you an article from this issue of Veritas. The reason I'm going to do it, it will become obvious to you right off the bat. And then maybe you'll get your heads together. You see, we had reports this afternoon from scared people all over the country that a great army was coming from the state of Washington to attack Montana. And that 2 congressmen of Montana had resigned and left Washington and were on the way to Montana because of this invasion. Well, we checked with Washington. Nobody has resigned. Nobody. We were listening as the radio programs went along, and the same person kept appearing on different radio programs throughout the afternoon and evening. The story changed from resigned to, coincidentally they're coming back on the same plane, and that's never happened before, so it must mean we're being invaded. I got one word for you, John Trockman: bullshit. I want to read to you one of our stories from this issue of Veritas. And I want everybody out there to pull their head out of the orifice and start thinking correctly. This is from page 9, I believe. Militias and patriots terrorized in joint United States and British PSYOPs exercise exclusive to the Kaji News Service. Confuse and decimate, divide and conquer, the core strategy of kings and generals from the beginning of man's manipulation of humankind right up to the present day. There are no leaks, no vacations were canceled, no leaves were recalled, rumors abound. March brought stories of a planned attack by federal agents and military forces upon patriot and militia organizations. The tales spread like a prairie fire in a brisk wind, fueled by phone trees and reams of fax paper, the gasoline of the militia of Montana and the Patriot Fax Network. Cinders wafted high upon a fool's breeze, searching for tender ears to burn. Calls bombarded radio talk shows. Airwaves were rife with speculation and predictions of Armageddon on March the 24th and 25th. The smoke from these fires was fear. It hung low to the ground and gathered in pockets, clouding minds and affecting judgment. It stank. The craziness reached its zenith, a conflagration, when a respected publication, Strategic Investment, Volume 10, Number 4, dated March 22nd, 1995, printed the following two paragraphs in the column Behind the Lines by Jack Wheeler. The slaughter of dozens of women and children in Waco by government stormtroopers under the command of Field Marshal Reno may pale in comparison to what has been planned for late March. A nationwide BATF-FBI assault on private militias as the prelude to a possible declaration of martial law throughout the United States. All leaves and vacations have been canceled for BATF-FBI personnel and for various state police and National Guard, such as California's. The Army's infamous Joint Task Force 6, which did the training for Waco, has been training BATF jackbooters with Bradley assault vehicles at Fort Bliss, Texas. Government agent provocateurs are set to plant fully automatic and heavy weapons like rocket launchers on the property of militia leaders. Every militia in the country, and there are dozens, many of which are well armed and well led by former or even active duty officers, is on a state of red alert. Should Reno be stupid enough to actually attack them militarily, there is going to be a lot of blood. The established media is programmed to immediately thereafter thunderously bellow for nationwide gun confiscation and even martial law. The Senate Armed Forces Committee has been alerted and is questioning key defense and justice people behind closed doors. Hopefully, Reno's Waco can be stopped in time, but that it was planned in the first place should be a sobering lesson as to what a horrifying event liberalism, the political philosophy of the administration, and the Democratic Party has been converted into a close cousin of fascism. The editors of Strategic Investment include Knight Templar, the Right Honorable Lord Rees-Mogg of England's MI6, and Knight Templar William E. Colby of the Central Intelligence Agency, amongst others. This publication and several others, Soldier of Fortune comes to mind, has been used several times in the past in this manner. You could say that strategic investment is an asset to the company. Without the ability to gather, and assessed this kind of information, the sheeple went berserk, and insanity became the rule. A few of us shoveled reason onto the flames, valiantly trying to put them out. Reason failed. If this is the response of patriots and militia to obvious rumor, and it is, what does it tell us about our leadership? What have we taught the enemy? What can we expect from the militia if we have to fight? How will we respond in the future? As an ex-member of Naval Security and Intelligence, the Office of Naval Intelligence, ONI, the intelligence briefing team of the Commander-in-Chief of the Pacific Fleet, with the Secretary Naval Enlisted Code of Internal Security Specialist 9545, I can assure you that this was a planned psychological warfare exercise produced by several counterintelligence organizations of the United States government in full cooperation with British intelligence. You will remember they worked together to accomplish the Waco massacre. The primary mission was to create terror in patriots and their families. The secondary mission was to monitor the preparedness and response of patriots and militia to the perceived threat of imminent attack by a superior force. The only militia which reacted properly was the 2nd Continental Army of the Republic. This was predictable since it is the only militia with a superior intelligence gathering and analysis capability. Analysis revealed the source and purpose of the exercise. The rumors were designed to provoke a readiness response and reveal strategic operational readiness plans of specific militia units. The intelligence service took advantage of this opportunity to assess the response of militia outside the command of the 2nd Continental Army of the Republic and the counterintelligence and psychological warfare capabilities of the enemy. This analysis was relayed to the command staff, who reviewed the information. The commanding general ordered the Army to stand down and ignore the rumors. The assessment of the intelligence service and the decision of the command staff was relayed to the listeners of the hour of the time. The flames withered and died, but the embers glowed just beneath the ashes, waiting for a splash of gasoline. Some bright morning, I will enter the office, see a pile of fax paper covering the floor, the large black letters, Mom, staring up at me. There will be 20 or 30 messages on the answering machine, and the sheeple will stampede once more, chased by the flames of rumor, fueled by the ringing phones and reams of fax paper, blinded by the smoke of fear. The phones are open, folks. 602-337-2524. That's 602-337-2524. Talk about anything you like. The paper has been put to bed. It goes to press tomorrow. Good evening. You're on the air.
Hello, this is Jeffrey from New Orleans with an update on HCR 13 in Louisiana.
Great, Jeffrey. Let's hear it.
Okay, the state of Louisiana legislature is doing the Pennsylvania two-step. They have adjourned for the weekend after having debate yesterday. Birch Society members and other groups, libertarians, constitutionalists, etc., have bombarded the legislature with heavy lobbying to the point that Pepe Bruno and his people were trying to get on the air to try to mollify the opposition, but they failed in New Orleans heavily. Other parts of the state are really pushing on the legislatures, and we're going to have to wait next week till the final results.
Great. The headline story in this issue of Veritas concerns the council or the conference of the states, and it's really going to open a lot of eyes.
Your Oregon beat it yesterday.
That's correct.
So we're going to keep on seeing what happens in other states, but so far they're really hitting a stone wall in Louisiana. We'll see what happens next week.
Okay, we got to hit Indiana now. Indiana is the hot spot, folks. If you live in Indiana, you've got to start pounding on your state legislature's desks and on the committee members' desks, and you have to send faxes and phone calls, and people tell them what you think, but be polite. Also, in this issue of Veritas, you'll find a clip-out that you'll all want to use in this battle. Will give you a lot of strength. Thank you, Jeffrey.
Thank you.
Good night. 602-337-2524 is the number. That's 602-337-2524. Good evening. You're on the air.
Good evening, Bill. It's Tom from Indiana.
Hello, Tom.
I had a couple of questions for you. I've been rereading the protocols in your book, and there's something in there that didn't sit well with me, and that was that if the protocols were supposedly written in the time around the late 1700s,
it's been written and revised and all kinds of things.
Okay, so the thing that
it was converted into a play at one time. It's
the references to Marxism and Darwinism.
Yes.
Obviously didn't occur till the 1850s.
That's right.
And so you're saying that that's part of the revision process.
Oh yes.
Okay.
It's been revised many times. The first knowledge of the protocols of Zion, it really should be Sion, S-I-O-N, instead of Zion. And anybody who reads it, who understands the Jewish people and their religion and their culture, will see instantly that it was not written by the Jews.
Obviously.
But it has certainly been used to persecute the Jews. The first instance of any recorded knowledge of any portion of the protocols was when the Bavarian Illuminati was discovered to be plotting against the monarchs of Europe and was in fact destroyed. They found complete passages verbatim from what we now know as the Protocols of the Wise Men of Zion. It really should read the Protocols of Wise Men of Sion, and it does not have a Jewish origin.
Would you say that it's possible that the writers of that might have also been people known as the sons of Cain, or would you?
Oh, absolutely. You see, one of the things that's really will strike you when you get into this is that the main battle seems to be a religious one between those who believe in the salvation by works.
Right.
Okay? The other ones are the salvation by faith. In other words, between water and fire. One of the goals of the secret societies that they have professed is to pour or cast what they call the molten sea, which is the mixture of the two into a homogeneous substance where they will be able to live together compatibly, and Lucifer will then be
the king.
Well, not only the king, there will be a reconciliation between Lucifer and Yahweh. Okay? Now, folks, I'm explaining something to you. It doesn't mean you have to believe it. It doesn't even mean I believe it. It's just what I've learned.
Right.
Okay? You know me. I don't like to preach religion to anyone. I believe, and I'll tell you why, because a lot of people ask me, well, if you're a Christian, how come you don't spread the word? Well, I think God gave us all a free will choice for a reason. And if you force someone to say that they believe something, because that's really what you're doing when you force someone. You see, they really don't believe it. They'll say they believe it to get you off their back, or to get special favors, or to get you to quit beating them. If you make them say they believe it, and they really don't, then you haven't done anything except cast a shadow on your own soul. So it has to be a free will choice. People either have to accept whatever religion they accept or reject it, and they have to answer for that to whatever God there is. I happen to have my own personal beliefs about that, and many of you know what they are. So anyway,
my last question is, what was the name of that song you just played at the 15-minute mark?
Oh, that was Watermark.
Okay, who's that by?
Inya.
Okay. I liked it. I wanted to find out what it was.
Last night I asked if anybody knew what kind of music this was, and nobody called today, left a message or anything, but do you know what kind it is?
My brother has one of Enya's CDs, but I haven't listened to it. I'm not that familiar with Enya.
Well, you know, a lot of people out there, I said, do you know what this is? Do you know what this is? And a lot of them claim that this is the superior music because it comes from the superior race. This is Celtic music.
I'll be darned.
From the Celts. So I thought everybody would find that interesting, and I like to, I have an eclectic taste for music and like to play all of this stuff. But anyway, back to the original subject.
Right.
The people who really practice the lies and the deception and the manipulation claim that they are Christians. If you were asked them, they would say that they're Christians. Or if you would challenge them that they're practicing the occult or that they worship Lucifer, they would point to their Bible on the altar and they would say, we're really Christians. And it's a lie. They're really not Christians. And But it wouldn't matter if they would be open with it. I believe everybody should have a free will choice, and that is a personal thing between them and God. And they have to answer for whatever wrong choice they may make. Maybe we made the wrong choice. Nobody really knows until they're gone, until you die and you find out, see?
That's right.
So that's why religion is based upon faith, and people spend their whole life trying to justify their faith, and that's where theology and dogma comes in. That's the result of this lifetime endeavor to justify whatever faith they believe in. But these people, they claim outwardly that they are the sons of Adam and that they believe in Christ and that they are Christians. The truth is, in secret, they openly admit that they are the sons of Cain and that their God is Lucifer.
Yeah. Well, I have never taught any of them, but reading the protocols and having studied the Bible somewhat, it became obvious to me that that's who was probably doing the writing in those protocols there.
Yes, and it would surprise you to find out that it has more of a Christian-based origin than anything else.
The thing that was really a tip-off to me was the fact that they do not imbibe alcohol.
Yes.
And if you look at the 35th chapter of Jeremiah, I don't want to turn it into a Bible study, but there's also reference to that in the Bible.
Right. That's correct. And folks, you'll find that Jews do imbibe in alcohol. It's a part of their ceremonial dinners on their holidays and all kinds of stuff. So remember, our enemies practice deceit.
Yep.
And it's a dreadful deceit. And even the elect shall be swallowed up in this.
If it were possible.
Yes.
All right, well, it's been a pleasure talking to you, Bill.
Thank you for calling.
Thank you.
And folks, regardless of what I may say religious-wise in here, I'm responding to the questions of the callers. I'm not in any way trying to preach to you or tell you what to believe. I think that we've all seen what that leads to. Just take a look at the history of the Dark Ages. Good evening. You're on the air.
Hi.
Hi.
This is Tim in California.
Hi, Tim.
Hey, what's going on with the O.J. Simpson trial?
I don't know.
Why is everybody but O.J. on trial?
Why is what?
Why is everybody but O.J. on trial?
I don't understand what you mean. I'm not kidding. I'm not trying to throw a curveball. I don't watch it.
Well, all I gotta say is that everybody that takes the witness stand is on trial. You know, they're the credibility,
That's that way in any trial.
Yes.
Whoever the opposition is has to discredit the witness in order to get the jury to believe whatever their side is, whether it's the prosecution or the defense. It doesn't make any difference. That's the part of the adversarial system, which, by the way, is all screwed up.
Yeah. You know, why is everybody having to put up with that? You know, I mean, this is a trial.
Everybody doesn't have to put up with it. The truth is, everybody loves it, or they wouldn't be watching it 8 hours a day.
Well, you know, no, that's a big misconception, because the trial is now on national television. This is supposed to be some type of a trial that everybody in America is supposed to be watching to see.
I got news for you. An awful lot of Americans are watching it.
Exactly.
But not for the reasons that you think. They're watching it because it's the greatest soap opera they ever saw. They don't give a damn about justice.
Well, people in America think that is justice, is what they're seeing on American TV right now.
You're exactly right.
You know, and that's not the way it should be. You know, 200 years ago...
You're right about that, too.
200 years ago, our forefathers wrote a constitution.
Oh, what? Did you say forefathers? You're out of here, bud. You know, if you were going to the university that Donna Shalala was president of, that you would have been suspended for just saying the word forefathers?
Okay. Excuse me.
No, you can say it all you want on this show. It's food for my ears. I love it.
Well, isn't it crazy?
Yes, it is. Everything is crazy today. Everything's turned upside down and backwards.
Yeah.
Wrong is right and right is wrong.
Yeah. Well, I think it's wrong that an American people out there watching the trial on television are distracted from the facts.
That's exactly what it's designed to do.
No. Who designed it?
It doesn't matter who designed it. That's exactly why it's happening.
Well, you said it's designed. Well, who designed it?
How long have you been listening to this broadcast?
Well, you know, it's time that things...
Wait a minute. You didn't answer my question. How long have you been listening to this broadcast?
Well, probably only about 2 weeks now.
Oh, that's why. You see, we've covered that over and over and over and over again, and I'm not trying to insult you or make you feel bad, but I cannot teach the basics to the new listeners every night. What's happening in this country is being brought about by a brotherhood of adepts who practice an occult religion that goes all the way back to the ancient city of Babylon and has nothing to do with what you believe about God or religion or anything else. If they believe it, it will affect you. And that's what you have to understand. And it's not a conspiracy. Nothing is hidden. It's all out in the open, but you got to dig for it.
Yeah, and that's a sad truth.
Yep.
Sad truth. Hey, that's my 2 cents, okay?
Okay, thank you for your 2 cents.
Good night.
I hope I gave you 2 cents back in change. 602-337-2524. Good evening. You're on the air.
Bill.
Yes.
Tom Russell. Yes, I'm in North Carolina. How you doing?
I'm doing good.
Glenn L. Roberts gave you a plug on his show the other night, by the way.
Who?
Glenn L. Roberts on Full Disclosure Live. He broadcasts at 8 o'clock on WWCR on Sunday nights. And anyway, well, can you tell me about the John Birch Society?
John Birch Society was founded by one Robert Welsh, who was a Freemason, which is very difficult to dig out, but we dug it out. The John Birch Society keeps everybody stirred up and spinning around chasing their tail. However, if you attempt any action whatsoever, you will be slapped down hard by the John Birch Society. People like me, Linda Thompson, and others who are active and trying to change things other than through the voting system are constantly attacked by the John Birch Society. And their philosophy is that all could be solved through the vote.
Yes, that's what I've come to conclude from speaking with them.
Yes.
But I don't know how you dug this out, and I'd be interested to find out. I talked with the Scottish Rite of Northern Jurisdiction, Southern Jurisdiction, the York Rite of Freemasonry, and the Grand Lodge of North Carolina, and I can find no record of a Robert Henry Wimborne Welch ever having been a Mason.
Oh, they don't want you to know it, but you can dig it out if you dig hard enough. Unfortunately, I don't have the time to do it again for you.
Can you give me a starting point?
No, you're just going to have to go out and dig. And you also have to remember.
I spent 3 days at the library.
Listen to me carefully.
Yes.
You have to remember that it's not just the name Freemason. All of these occult secret societies that call themselves brotherhoods or fraternal organizations are the same at the top, even though at the bottom they appear to oppose each other. And there are many, many of them. They go by many different names and many different occupations, and at times they appear to oppose each other when actually in reality they are of the same mind. They practice the Hegelian dialectic of political conflict resolution, and they are all Freemasons.
And do you ever know what degree he was?
No, that I don't know.
Okay, because I cannot find anything referencing him.
You weren't listening to me, were you?
Yes, I was, but what I found out was he was in the candy manufacturing business until 1958 when he founded the John Birch Society because he believed the Bavarian Illuminati had infiltrated a certain part of Freemasonry. But I never could find any attachment of him to Freemasonry itself. And
you weren't listening to me. You're still not listening.
I don't understand what you're saying.
I know you don't, but I haven't got time to teach you tonight. So you go and figure it out, okay?
Okay.
Good night.
Thank you.
This broadcast has done many, many hours, ladies and gentlemen. Many, many hours on the subject, and I cannot repeat it every night. We have the tapes for sale. If you'll send in a self-addressed stamped number 10 size envelope and $1, we'll send you a tape list and a whole bunch of other information, and you can pick out the tapes of the subjects that you like or that you need to know if you're starting from square one, and purchase those tapes and listen to them and learn. The Mystery Babylon series is the best ever done in history on the subject. And there are a few mistakes in there, but not many. I guarantee you, if you can find a body of work that extensive anywhere else, I'll give you a set free.
Good evening. You're on the air.
Yes, Bill.
Yes.
I'm Vic McGee with the Constitution Party in South Carolina.
All right, Vic.
And I got a good question for you, Bill.
Sure.
You going to run for political office with the Constitution Party?
Never, ever.
Never, ever, ever, or never, never?
Never, ever. I am a messenger. My job is to educate and deliver a message.
Okay.
That's where my skills are. That's where I am at my best. That is what is needed probably more than anything else in this country.
Your listeners to know in the North and South Carolina that we're going to be having that meeting in Rock Hill, South Carolina, and the North Carolina state organizer and I'll be there also. So let both states, they can come to it. Rock Hill, South Carolina on April the 1st. And they can call my home phone number 803-684-3155 to get the...
Okay, say the phone number again slowly.
803-684-3155.
That's not slowly. Do it once more.
I'm sorry. 803-684-3155.
Okay, thank you very much.
All right, thank you.
There was another famous person who founded a religion in this country who was also a Freemason, and that organization has taken great pains to hide it. But if you study the beginnings of the organization, if you read the speeches that this man gave, if you go and look at the memorial that was made to him near the site where he was buried, you'll see that he was also a Freemason. And the organization is Jehovah's Witnesses, and the man's name is Russell. Good evening. You're on the air.
I got an interesting statistic for you. I went into Barnes & Noble the other day with a friend of mine. I had ordered your book, and he couldn't wait for me to get it, so he wanted to see if Barnes & Noble carried it. So we walked in and we went to look for your book, and we went to the section that they supposedly kept it at. We couldn't find it, so we asked the guy where it was.
New Age.
Well, no, that doesn't even matter. We asked the guy where it was. He went and got it for us. And we said, well, why don't you have the book? Why don't you have it out? He says, well, this is the most stolen book that we carry. I couldn't believe it. So I figured I wanted to call you to let you know that.
The most stolen book, huh?
That's the most shoplifted book from Barnes & Noble. I couldn't believe it. I also picked up those books that you had recommended last week on the other Freemason books, Knight Templar, and all that really good stuff.
Yeah, it is.
Oh my God! But I mean, you really got to dig through that stuff. And what I like about it is that some of it, they talk about it from the perspective of the Masons and of the secret societies. Not all of it is written against it. So you kind of see, the handwriting on the wall.
Yeah. You have to remember that after Robinson wrote Born in Blood, he was inducted into Freemasonry and now speaks on their behalf and doesn't expose them anymore.
Did you mention that? That's pretty amazing, actually.
Oh, it's not amazing at all. You see, they gain a lot of their converts when you try to deal with the public and find out that they're right about most of the public being sheep or cattle. Not literally, but figuratively.
Yeah.
And so once you're dealing with the public and you find that out, you're fair game to be recruited by the enemy because you don't want to be on the losing team. I've been approached many times by them, and I've got to tell you the truth. Many times I was sorely tempted, but all I got to do is look at my family or my daughter or somebody that I really love, and it brings me right back.
Well, it's always very seductive. I mean, like you said, everybody loves a mystery, but it's not just a mystery. The problem is that there are too many people that are preoccupied with owning and controlling power over other people, not just personal powers in their own lives.
That's right. If you're one of them, they make sure that your life is easy and that you are rewarded, and if you have talent, you go right straight to the top.
See, there's one thing that the Masons forget, though. Historically, the people that put Hitler into power, for example, Hitler turned right against them as soon as he had power.
So did Stalin. You know why?
Yeah, because they're the one. They put him in power. They know how he got there, and they have all the juice on him.
They knew how they got there. They understood the Hegelian dialectic. They know synthesis, or thesis, antithesis, and synthesis. And so once they got there, they turned around and got rid of the people who put them there because they didn't want to be threatened by the same organization. The same thing happens with socialism. When socialism comes to power, the first people they get rid of are the people that put them there, and they're usually the intelligentsia, the university professors, the people who can think and write and do great things with their mind are the first ones to go. And unfortunately, they haven't realized how to use their mind enough to read history and figure that out yet. All these university professors that are helping bringing Marxism and socialism into America will be the first ones that the Marxist socialists destroy once they come to power, because they know that those people, the intelligentsia, will be the first one to figure out that it's all a scam when they see it in action.
Absolutely. I got another question for you. I'm also doing some research into the ADL. I ordered the book, The Ugly Truth About the ADL. Now I'm hitting a brick wall, and I'll tell you why. Because the material that I'm coming across, and like you know how you say not to believe you, and I agree with that 100%. But I have the tapes. I taped your series on the ADL, and the only thing is I'm hitting a brick wall as far as referencing it. A friend of mine is Jewish, and he gets very offended when I even talk about the ADL and whatever they do, and I can't.
That's because he's a victim. Victims like to be victims. They don't like anything that threatens that.
Agreed. I can't come up with any proof, though. In other words, I know what you're saying, and I've heard the stories of them painting swastikas on Jewish graves to try and foment racial tension and all that. But how do you see? He's got all kinds of books that link the ADL with all kinds of benevolent good causes. And when I mentioned,
that's like Freemasons. The first thing that happens when you try to expose them is they point to the Shriners Hospitals for Children and say, "See, we're not bad guys."
Exactly. But that stuff I could link up. I have all the literature because most of this stuff is very well documented. But unfortunately, what I've been able to, maybe you can point me in the right direction. And
I sure can. Go to Dope Incorporated. Go to The Ugly Truth About the ADL. All your leads are in there. All you have to do is follow them up. If you're having trouble, go to the Executive Intelligence Review, which is one of the best research organizations in the world. Forget about their politics.
Right, I agree.
And they will help you also.
And how do I get in touch with? I guess once I get my book, the
address is right in it.
Yeah, because that's great. Listen, man, you are doing a fantastic job, and I really enjoy listening to your program. I actually videotape the audio on your program because I don't have enough cassette tapes to put the information on.
Okay, when you play it back, will you call me and tell me what you see?
Oh, you don't think? What you
it's a joke. It's a joke.
No, I'm just kidding. I was just kidding too. But listen, man, seriously, keep doing what you're doing and keep the faith. And if you're ever in New York City, look me up. I gave my address and my phone number to one of the people in your offices. And if you ever need anything, if you ever need any kind of information out of the city that maybe only can be gotten from the city, I don't know, or you need a place to stay if you're ever down here.
Can you send me some sleep? That's what I really need.
Send me some sleep. Sorry, that I can't help you with, bro.
Well, I'm gonna get it tomorrow. We'll all be.
Well, you done with your newspaper for this issue, right?
I got to start on the next issue now.
Oh, come on! You mean you're not gonna take? You said you were going fishing yesterday.
I am going fishing.
Well, okay, so go fishing, relax. Maybe
tomorrow I'm gonna sleep, where the boys take the paper to Gallup to get it printed, and I'm going to sleep.
And I don't have to tell you to not forget about your wife and kids. You got to spend some time with them.
Yes, that's right.
By the way, I saw a picture of your family in your book, and you have a beautiful family.
Thank you very much.
All right, thanks a lot for everything, and I'll talk to you soon.
Thank you for calling.
All right, bye.
I love those kind of calls. I mean, that was a pleasant conversation, and even if he had been critical, he was a pleasant guy. Doesn't matter what you say when you're pleasant. I don't understand why people can't do that. Good evening. You're on the air.
Good evening, Bill. Hey, we are happier in clams to see your book on the shelves at Walden Books in Pennsylvania.
You're kidding.
Unbelievably so. Yes, as a matter of fact, a friend of mine in the military found it and said, this is the stuff you're always talking about. And I said, wait a minute, what book is it? He said, Behold a Pale Horse. And I said, wait a minute, Cooper's? And he said, sure. So I wasn't able to get away at the time, so he ran in and got another copy.
Well, I'm flabbergasted. When that book was first printed, everybody called me a nut, some kind of a CIA saboteur, a liar, a conspiracy wacko theorist, and all this kind of stuff. And nobody would touch my book with a 10-foot pole. And now I'm hearing that it's the most stolen book from Barnes & Noble.
I heard that too. That's interesting. I love the book. I'm about a third of the way through, and I'm going to tell you what, it's an eye-opener every page.
Well, what saved the book and what saved me was everything that I wrote about in there that nobody believed could ever happen, happened.
Absolutely. And that's another scary thought.
And there's a lot I said would happen that hasn't happened yet.
One other matter. There was a newspaper article in the Harrisburg Patriot regarding the rally at the state capitol on...
Yeah, they think it was for Monday, and when we found out that they adjourned the legislature, we changed it to the following Wednesday. So the stupid reporter showed up on Monday and then wrote an article saying that I was a wacko conspiracy theorist nut, and since nobody showed up, so much for shortwave talk radio.
Right. Well, you know, we kind of tracked that down a little bit. She's normally the police reporter. And
don't let her bullshit you. She's a wacko socialist.
Hey,
she wrote that article from her head intentionally to discredit everything. She did no research, nothing.
But she claims that someone gave her about a 5-minute segment of a tape of yours.
Oh, she listened to. I could show you 5 minutes of anybody talking and make you think they're crazy. In fact, I can take 5 minutes of you talking without your knowledge and make everybody think that you're nuts.
Oh, I'm sure. What I was trying to say is that we up here think that that tape and that story was either planted ADL-wise or else it came from someone within the police department.
Oh, well, I don't know where it came from, but it definitely has the ADL slant to it.
Absolutely.
There is no doubt about that there was somebody who works for the ADL involved in that. But what you should do, all of you in that area, is as soon as you get your copy of Veritas, take it in there and say, you know something? You have the audacity to call yourself the Patriot newspaper? This is a real newspaper.
Absolutely.
You've got nothing but trash.
Well, I'll tell you what, Bill.
And give them a copy.
Absolutely. I am in love with your book, and I'm using it to dispute the naysayers right and left, and I'm just glad you wrote it. It was definitely a surprise to see it and see all the things that you've been talking about, or at least a good portion of them, come to life right on the pages. You have the sources there, so you can go out, and so that I can go out and look it up, and even pull copies of the documents that you use. And it's very hard for somebody to refute your argument when you have that kind of material there.
Yeah, that's true.
Well, keep up the good work, Bill. Is there going to be a sequel?
I'm working on 2 books. When they're done, I'll let you know.
Super deal. I look forward to it. Good luck to you.
Are you subscribing to Veritas?
No, I've been snitching it from a friend, so that means I've got to subscribe.
You got to support us, man.
You got it.
If we don't get enough subscribers, it ain't going to last long because we're sending out thousands of copies to people who don't pay, who we know have to see it.
I agree. Oh, you got another one here, so I'll be calling your offices in the morning.
Thank you.
Thank you, Bill, and good night to you.
Good night. 602-337-2524 is the number. Boy, it's a nice, pleasant evening for conversation. Good evening, you're on the air.
Good evening, Bill. Can you tell me what number of the Veritas that you just put to bed? Is that the 3rd or the 2nd issue?
2nd.
So, okay, good. I was worried. I got the 1st issue and I've been wondering or afraid that I'd miss the 2nd.
Oh, no. If you got the 1st one, you know you're going to get the 2nd one.
Well,
the only ones who will have a cutoff are CAGI members who will run out after number 4 who are getting it simply because they're CAGI members.
No, my concern is with the post office's ability to mangle and mutilate.
Oh, I understand that.
Well, thank you very much, sir.
You're welcome. We've been very lucky so far, folks. We haven't lost anything through the post office so far that we can tell. We've had some people that didn't get theirs because of mistakes we made, and we rectify it, and we got it out to them, and that's no problem. If you sent your money in late or something like that, don't call me and say, well, you didn't get mine. You didn't get yours because you sat on the fence waiting to see what it was going to be like before you sent your money in, and there weren't any left. At first printing, it went to the last copy, folks. I've never seen anything like that before in my life. I mean, usually, no matter what you print, you have some left over. We didn't have anything left over. Good evening. You're on the air.
Yeah, Bill. In regards to a caller that you had a while ago where he was doubting Robert Welch being a Freemason, let me tell you what happened. Back in 1980, I was living up in Cheyenne, Wyoming, and a friend and I, Charlie O'Brien, wrote Robert Welch. And I told Welch at the time, who was, of course, still alive in 1980, I said, you know, you've done a great job over the years of exposing the Trilateral Commission and the Council on Foreign Relations, but why haven't you... Now, by the way, I am an ex-Mason. I got into and out of Freemasonry in 1980 when I saw what was going on. Mm-hmm. But I said to Welch, I said, why is it you haven't exposed the working class arm of the conspiracy, which is Freemasonry? So he had his assistant, Gary Handy, write me back a letter making all kinds of apologies for the Masons and saying, oh, no, they're definitely anti-communist and this and that. So then Charlie and I turned around and sent him a Xeroxed copy from Mackey's Revised Encyclopedia of Freemasonry dated 1929, where under I for Illuminati and under W for Weishaupt, they told you what a wonderful guy Adam Weishaupt was and what a wonderful organization the Illuminati was, that it was designed, you know, to combat moral evil and all this other garbage. And I asked Welch and Gary Handy to explain to me, how can you tell the whole world how Weishaupt and the Illuminati were basically the foundation of modern-day communism from May of 1776, and then on the other hand, make excuses for the Masons who try to tell us what wonderful people Weishaupt and Baron von Knieg were, and what a wonderful group the Illuminati was. Well, he never could or never would answer the question. So I would think you might say in a de facto way that Robert Welch answered to me back in 1980 the fact that he was at least an apologist, if not an outright Mason.
Of course. And that's why the John Birch Society doesn't expose any of that now.
And I was in the Birch Society also for a few years before I woke up to the fact that although they have a lot of great educational materials, a lot of great books and things like that, you know, to really get you up to speed on a lot of things, what they seem to do at the meetings, the only thing they seem to do at the meetings is have letter writing campaigns like that's going to solve our problems.
Yeah.
You know, write a letter to your congressman, write a letter to your senator, and meanwhile this guy's pitching them in file 13.
Mm-hmm. The reason for all that is it makes the people who could do something think that they are.
Well, also, I think what it's doing, whether most people realize it or not, is getting a lot of good patriotic names on a centralized list and making that list available to whoever whenever the Night of the Long Knives occurs in this country, as it did in Nazi Germany in 1934.
Don't ever worry about that. There's only one list, and if you're not one of them, you're one of us, and that means you're on it.
Well, I'm on the list, I guess, so, you know, who cares? But I think it's nice for people to know exactly where Robert Welch came from. And, of course, Joseph Smith was also, you were mentioning the Jehovah's Witnesses were Masonically inspired. And so was Joseph Smith, and so was his successor, Brigham Young. Smith had been a Mason for years whenever he was asked to start forming Masonic lodges there, you know, to get in with the Mormon Church.
No, wait a minute. That's not quite true. Joseph Smith was not a Mason before he founded the Mormon Church. His brother was. He became a Mason later.
Are you sure about that? Because it seems like in the Book of Mormon, he's got a lot of phrases in there that are Masonic. I mean, a lot of so-called inspiration.
Yes.
Is very, very definitely Masonic.
That's true, but there's enough wrong without making things up. He was not a Freemason himself, or at least we cannot find any record of it until much later. His brother, however, was a Freemason before and during the time that Joseph Smith supposedly met the angel in the woods and found these tablets.
Yeah, well, you know, because one of the references there under Christ in the Book of Mormon, Smith has a liking referring to Christ, basically comparing him to the serpent. And, of course, the serpent is Satan, not Jesus. But look in the Book of Mormon. You can find some pretty weird things there.
I have, but you have to understand what I'm about. I'm not about tearing down somebody else's religion. I don't care what anybody else believes. I only get involved when they're trying to either force their belief onto me or other people, and we don't want it, or they're trying to manipulate us or change our form of government or take our liberties away from us.
Yeah.
If they're not bothering us in any way like that, then I don't really care what they worship or how they worship or anything else. And we've explored the Mormon angle on here in specific relationship to Bo Grice running around the country lying about his religion and telling people he was a Christian and getting in with Christian identity groups when the reality was he was a Mormon. And there was nothing wrong with him being a Mormon if he had been honest about it and told people.
Yeah.
But he didn't. He lied about it.
He is always in short supply these days.
Yeah. So anyway, and besides that, I know an awful lot of good people who belong to all these different religions who are not trying to hurt anybody and just trying to live like me and you and everybody else and have a good life.
Yeah,
it's the leaders that are doing all this crap, and no matter what it is.
You know, my basic philosophy is no matter what the religious beliefs are, is basically I try to avoid any religion that allows its members to become members of the Masonic Temple. Because having been in that organization and knowing what an evil organization it is, you know, when they ask you things like, are you a Royal Ark Mason? I think that's 26th degree. Are you a Royal Ark Mason? And the guy answers, I am that I am, which is a blasphemy. And then in the Rose Croix degree, you know, he confirms the order by order of Melchizedek, like, you know, he's God confirming Jesus. And then, of course, in the Entered Apprentice degree, which everyone has to go through, the first degree, what was then told you, that my throat will be cut from ear to ear, my tongue torn from its roots, my body buried a cable toes length from shore, where the tide ebbs and flows twice in 24 hours, should I ever attempt to reveal any of the secrets of Freemasonry unlawfully to anyone, so help me God and keep me steadfast. If that isn't a pagan ritual, I don't know what is.
Well, of course it is. It comes from, well, if you go back far enough, with every religion there is, you'll find paganism somewhere in it, and that includes the Christian religion, specifically after the Council of Nicaea in 300-something A.D., when Constantine merged the sun worshippers with the Christian church. But anyway.
And of course, you know, the best expose I think I've ever seen on the boob tube about Freemasonry was an Ed Bradley report on 60 Minutes years ago, when they showed about the kidnapping and murder of Roberto Calvi, who had embezzled $3.2 million from his bank, Banco Ambrosiano in Milan, Italy, for the Masonic P2 Lodge. And when he was out on bail, he mysteriously disappeared from Milan, and when he popped up again, he had called his wife from London.
They found him hanging from Blackfriars Bridge.
Yeah, well, the night before they found him hanging, he called his wife and said, you know, well, I'm having some difficulties, but I think it's going to be all right. You know, I'm going to be able to get out of this thing and this and that. Don't worry, I should be home soon. And the next morning they found him hanging from the Blackfriars Bridge, where the tide went up to his knees twice in 24 hours. It was a ritualistic Masonic execution, simply because he had become an embarrassment to the order.
Right. You're absolutely correct.
So, Bill, have a good one.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
And good night. 602-337-2524. Well, that's a man who's done his research. That's for sure. Not many people recognize the hanging of Calvi from the Blackfriars Bridge as a Masonic execution. And, of course, you wouldn't unless you had studied it. But, and all of you who haven't, go back and look at the way that he was hanged, and you'll see. Good evening. You're on the air.
Oh, I was just down in your neck of the woods there a couple of weeks ago. Passing on Interstate 44 going west. I know you were talking last night about the Waco raid. I think it really shows a weakness in the Patriot movement that should be looked at, and that is that they prepared for the confrontation. I think they tried to prepare themselves psychologically and everything else, but they didn't have any tactics.
Well, that's because they were millennium in their thinking. In other words, they were thinking that they had to die because that's what the book of Revelations predicted.
Then why did they arm themselves?
In other words, they were just waiting to die. Well, that's a normal human reaction. If you read everything that they say, if you look at the tape that we have here, if you listen to how they talk, it's very clear that they did not expect to ever leave that place. Very clear.
Because I would have thought that on the first day when they attacked, that had Koresh pushed out any flank, left or right, at an angle.
If Koresh had shown, and this is my opinion, I believe that if Koresh had known any basic military tactics, and specifically the philosophy that no defense can be justified in the face of a constant attack, that all defenses can be overcome, and if he had mounted some kind of attack, there would have been terrible casualties on the federal side.
Oh yeah, it was obvious, and that's kind of what I've been looking at, and that is that I don't think I hear a lot of people talking, not necessarily you. I know people, and they're talking about, getting their military stuff together, and they're ready to do it. They're talking themselves, and they're ready to do it. But I don't think that I think they're very short on tactics.
Well, they may be, and it's something they have to deal with. We're certainly not.
Well, I would certainly hope that you guys have looked back in your military history and are starting to look at things like small unit operations during the war between the states.
Well, I can't tell you what we're prepared to do or what our tactics are, but I can tell you that we are not only prepared supply-wise, but we are prepared in every other way.
Well, supplies, I'm glad to hear that. May I make a suggestion? And that is to look into things like, in general, Sherman's raid through Georgia, and some of the resistance he met and how he dealt with that, because it's also, I think, very important for people to know what type of resistance they're going to come up against. Just what will the government do? Will the government just ignore northeastern Arizona, basically? Just cut you out. That's what Castro does. But he used to have rebels.
Well, you have to understand that you're talking to two things here. You're talking to the militia of Arizona. I belong to the Second Continental Army of the Republic.
Same thing.
No,
I know there's two different organizations.
It's not the same thing, believe me.
Well, they're two different organizations, but how they're going to treat you guys will be all about the same.
No, I don't think that it'll be about the same. I don't think that there's going to be... I don't think there's anybody's prepared for what the Second Continental Army of the Republic is prepared to do and can do, and I don't think that they have any conception of the brains that are on our command staff. But anyway, that's all I could talk about with you, and we're out of time. Good night, and thank you for calling. Good night, folks. Sorry we got to end now because I'd love to stay and talk to all of the good people that have called tonight and the ones who are probably trying to dial in. And God bless you all.
The most recent example was there were posts about Pat Buchanan running for president on the internet. And I merely left a simple little statement stating that Pat Buchanan belonged to the Knights of Malta, and as a member of the Knights of Malta, has taken an oath of absolute obedience to the order and to the Pope. I also made the statement that the Knights of Malta is recognized by all countries in the world as an independent sovereign nation, not just an organization or a secret order, but a nation. As a member of the Knights of Malta, I said, Pat Buchanan carries a diplomatic passport for this nation of the Knights of Malta. The Knights of Malta are also well known, it's no secret, the militia of the Pope. They have two sworn allegiances, and nothing else can go over our super...
Hi folks, I'm Alan Watt, and this is Cutting Through the Matrix on the 27th of August 2017. Have you ever wondered what a lifetime is? What do they mean by a lifetime? And generally it means anything from 40 years of age or so up to about 70 years of age, a lifetime. It's not long at all. It's amazing because we're humans, we need a lot of input into our minds to keep it awake, basically. And if we don't get enough input to keep us awake, we start daydreaming. That's what all the so-called experts are always studying, I would say. And therefore, you have not just books to keep us occupied. Very few folk read it today. There's television today, and video, and computerization, internet, and so on. And it's the same thing, though, because it's also a weapon. It's a tool and a weapon into your mind. And because you have this craving for input, basically, distractions and so on. And therefore, quite naturally, those who control the world, and we do have controllers, which you don't vote for, but they exist all right. And they make sure that you're given lots of things to occupy your minds. And also, as you're doing it, you're pretty well brainwashed. You're updated with your political correctness, what's next, what's new, and most folk will find it works awfully well on them. In fact, they question nothing at all if it's promoted from the top. But a lifetime is so short, really, isn't it? For us, as humans, we think it's a long... When you're young, it seems a long time. A lifetime, wow, I'll never get old, I'll never get to that age, and I'll never blah, blah, blah. It's strange that, though, isn't it? It's a built-in kind of survival mechanism and defense mechanism not to sit and fret or be depressed. Otherwise, you would. Your hair starts turning grey prematurely with the state of the world and all the rest of it. But our lifetimes tend to flash in when you think about it. And a good chunk of your lifetime is spent sleeping. Some more than others, even when they're walking. But that's another story. You'll find, though, that those who run the world and have it all sussed out with all their think tanks and their study groups that work on us all the time, and train us as well, they actually know how they can get different parts of their agenda, their ongoing, it's a never-ending story, their agenda through, and how many years it will take for each part of it. This all came from the industrial era and the big industrial systems that were in existence in the 1800s. When they brought in people for efficiency, they were experts in efficiency, supposedly, and they'd study the workers and find faster ways to do each part of the job. Time and motions, they used to call it, experts. Getting more out of you for the same amount of money. And that's going on to this present day, of course. But really, it didn't stop just with the workplace. It was meant to go into all of society. And from it, too, they knew that they could plan changes and make it happen throughout different generations. They could get a lot done in one lifetime, but they also knew that certain parts of the big agenda shouldn't be known to the public in any one particular generation. They didn't want blowback, so you simply say nothing about what's really going on, for instance. And the big boys, as I mentioned before, for instance, this strange group that has an inner party and an outer party called the Royal Institute for International Affairs - Council on Foreign Relations. And it's also got a European Institute for International Affairs for all the politicians in the EU Parliament. Now, to be in the group, actually, you have to have already sworn allegiance to having global governance. And so same with the Council on Foreign Relations. This organization had members of the Communist Party, every kind of party you can imagine. In fact, they didn't care about dictators either. And they had them in their organizations as far back as the 60s, 1960s, and probably before too. They use all types of people that have got power in any particular government or nation, and they'll use them. But the thing is, they must all swear allegiance to the global governance principle. And they work towards it generation by generation. A lot can be done in one generation, but as I say, especially when you keep the people busy or worried or in wars, for instance. War is a great time for getting change through. Carol Quigley said you can get more done on a social level, a scale, with change in 5 years of war than 50 years of peace, where you simply are left to use propaganda and marketing to convince the public to change their ways or behave this way or that way or whatever. But under wartime scenarios, you can really ram things through, because under the guise of saving you all, they can basically take all your rights and freedoms away and make you even change your diets, which they certainly did during World War II. And that can all be done again too. And it will be done again, by the way, because they've already been pushing so much of their time and energy into getting the public to eat vegetarian meals, basically, and to do away with the meat industry, especially for themselves at the top, because the ones at the top want the animal protein because they say they can get far, far more from it than they can with substitutes, with nuts and all the rest of it. Anyway, that's a different story, but the fact what I'm getting at today is your lifetime is really a blip. a blip in time. And as you go through life, you'll always have this kind of halfway measure, this vague thing in your mind that this is where you're going to get to, and from then on you'll start declining into old age. But it doesn't really happen like that at all. It comes on rather quickly into old age, I think, really, and you'll see yourself changing physically, and things don't get regenerated in your tissues or whatever it happens to be just as fast. Just like youngsters, you probably remember when you're young and you scrape your knees on gravel or something, and you get a good scab on it, and you can't believe, in no time at all, within a week, it's almost healed over, and there's no scar left. Well, that changes even once you're into your late 20s. That's changing already, and if you do the same thing again, you would have a scar, and it will take longer to heal. Now, the main point that I'm getting to here is that you're kept busy your entire life with nonsense, a lot of nonsense really, which is called news. You're never given the real reasons for why things are happening. Never ever pretty well. Occasionally they'll tell you something which is obvious, like you're at war, and you'll know that when people start dying off and around you that you know, and so things like that. But apart from that, the rest of it is either spin or slanted news, and most of it is actually slanted to give you a basic acknowledgement that something is happening in that particular direction, but they'll put a spin on it as to why it's actually happening. That's very common, because you're not supposed to know the whole story to anything. And that's why you're also given so much entertainment and distractions as well, to make sure your brain's quite happy getting all this stuff thrown at you of distractions, but you'll never get the whole story on anything. So that way you feel almost that reality is blending into this fiction thing, and you're just passing time. And that's what your life becomes, you're passing time. And pass time for most folk do that for their entire lives, rather than think about something until they are old. They'll simply pass time. And they wonder where the time went. And then if you had access to some of the government in Britain's cameras in people's homes, which they actually have in some folks' homes, by the way, and I've done the stories on them before, if you had them, you could sit and watch those folks from 20, 30 years as they get older and older, watching TV or passing the time, anything but sit and think about anything. They'll do anything at all except that. And that goes for most people. Plato talked about it. He said that for cities, which was the beehives for change, the artificial cities basically, because people are not meant to be crammed in to these really non-productive, in a natural setting, and non-productive societies. Cities exist to feed off everything around and outside of them, because they can't even feed themselves. Everything's brought into them. So whatever they're surviving on is an artificial system, and it's based on money. So the real natural system is either hunting, gathering, and a nomadic life, or a basic agrarian society where you would, in small groups, feed yourselves, and there wouldn't be any money. So a city really is the system in which we live today. So in an artificial system where people are crammed together, you need lots of entertainment, according to Plato, to keep the people happy. Otherwise you'll have revolutions and unhappiness galore, which always foments and causes mayhem eventually. So keep them happy, keep them entertained, and keep them full of really fictional things to think about. And that's why they had plays going around, actual theatre plays and stage plays going around in ancient Greece, in a regular schedule too, to keep them all happy. And for maybe weeks or a month in between different plays, the people would do nothing but talk about what they saw and discuss it, etc. Just like we discuss television today in different plays or movies. Anything to keep you from talking about what really matters in your life. Now, those who control the world make sure you got lots of distractions, as I say, while they themselves literally hire full-time people, professionals from academia mainly. In fact, most of them are recruited in academia, for different think tanks, and they work on different aspects of the big plan, the great work, the big plan for the world and for all of us. And they hire people on all the time as folk are retiring, and they've spent their whole entire career in these different think tanks. So they can get whatever the premise is, just like any foundation, for instance. If a foundation initially set off in 1800s to accomplish this particular goal, or say 5 different goals, and 100 years later they're still going, they will accomplish what they set out to do, because there's nothing to stop them. As they hire, retire, they eventually get things done. So they work in centuries. That's something to always remember. It's like China. I always think of China as being a good example of a nation which works in centuries, regardless of what seems to be the outward political system of any particular era. It really, in a sense, is unchanging, because those at the top of China, and China has its leaders too, and it's incredibly rich people as well, who are completely in cahoots with the rich folk who own the rest of the planet. That's why it works so well, this communist idea. It works awfully well because people will obey their government in a collectivist type society. It's ideal for capitalists, where the people will obey and put up with terrible conditions, working conditions, when compared to the West. That those at the very top can get the utmost incredible, massive profits for the few. And so it's a fantastic capitalist venture. But China itself has a way of working down through centuries. When you go into Indochina, another place, and Malaya and so on, old Malaya and Indonesia, you'll find most of the dominant people who run their countries financially and in business are pretty well, the vast majority are actually Chinese, even though many of them haven't even been in China. They were born in these other countries, but they still hold dearly to their own traditions. They teach their own language, they teach their own schooling, they teach Chinese history, and they're awfully successful working with each other. And that's how, that's the Chinese way, rather than the military way of invading countries. They can actually expand in a peaceable way, compared to the West, which tends to do it rather quickly, then suffers just as fast as well, actually. But anyway, China's a good example of working down through centuries. That's what they call it, sleeping dragon at one time, because it can sleep and snooze, but the mind is ticking away during all these centuries, always ticking. And it's a good analogy of how the system works for the world, because, as I say, these foundations that we have in the West work in a similar fashion, with always planning towards a big agenda, where they want to be in 50 years' time. Just like, that's where the whole idea from United Nations came from, like 5-year plans, 10-year plans, 50-year plans, same in communism. It all came from this particular group that we know at least existed in London, and probably other places beforehand too, but in London in the 1800s and into the 20th century. The Royal Institute for International Affairs, there was the Lord Alfred Milner group before that literally ran a world empire, using government, using the taxpayers to fund it all, and reaping the harvest and the profit for themselves. It's a club, a very wealthy club, with international bankers of the London Square Mile, the City of London, involved in it too. Nothing has changed, by the way. That's what really runs the world. The idea of money, everything else in the world runs underneath the shadow of the capstone, because the capstone is at the very top of this money. If you run money, like Rothschild said, give me the charge of a nation's wealth, and I care not who makes its laws, because obviously you'll make its laws. If every government is coming to you to borrow from you, you can put in your little caveats and say, well, I'll give you this if, but here's what you'll do, and blah, blah, blah. So you're the boss, really. That's as simple as that. And during the 1800s, Britain really ran a good part of the empire. They had the people working furiously in making armaments, shipping, for the Navy, and so on and so on. And armies across the world, they always kept a lot of work to the minimum, and back home in their countries kept unemployment to a good high rate to make sure that there was lots of people for cannon fodder, and they'd send them across the whole planet to police the world, as they say. But really it was armies, and they would conquer the world for their masters, and they were all... The beautiful thing is, when you're in a nation, any nation, you're taught that you're living in the greatest country in the world. It doesn't matter what country it is. They'll tell you, those who own the country, that you're living the best one in the whole planet. Bertrand Russell affirmed this basically in one of his books. He said the same thing. He said that every nation will tell its people to live in the best country in the world with the best health care and the best this and the best that. And they'll believe it simply because no one else has told them anything different. And that's how it works. Every people who go into militaries in every nation believe they're living in the best country, and they're made to believe they're part of something. That's a trick too. Bring the ordinary folk in as a foot soldier, or whatever it happens to be, and make them feel proud and respectable, and they're part of something big. And for the first time in their lives, they feel like they're somebody. That's like the ad says, be somebody. Be all that you can be. It's very clever, really. So much so that you'll give your life for it, even though you shouldn't be in the countries around the world that you are in. You never say, why am I here? And who benefits? And then the taxpayers pay your salaries, pay for all the upkeep of the military, from shoelaces all the way up to wherever it happens to be. And the taxpayers handed the tab back home for railroads across the world to make sure that all the raw resources come out for the big corporations that exist in your countries, because that's really who are at the top there, with the bankers or the big corporations. No secret at all, in fact, but it's fascinating to actually understand it and actually live through a good part of it happening and watching it happen, still today. Plus, who benefits? You always say, who benefits? There's always someone benefits. Don't think that your nation is never at war with some country because they're bad people, like they tell you, they're bad. Like George Bush Jr. said about Saddam. Well, he had nothing to do, actually, with 9/11, but we took him out anyway because he's a bad man. And so that was the excuse for supposedly. But it wasn't. That wasn't the real reason. Of course it wasn't. Who benefits from, in that area, who benefits? It's quite simple. And never mind the companies and corporations too, but who benefits? And you'll find too that Kissinger talks about really putting people back to the Stone Age, so destroying them from first world countries, in a sense, at least in the Arab Kingdom, until they'd be no longer a threat to anybody. They would never get back together again under a government which they'd agree upon. So you keep them stirred up. And that's happened in all the countries they had on the list, the PNAC group. So as I say, but there's always other people benefit too. Back in the 90s and then into the 2003 or 4, I put out some of the stories from Britain, for instance, and they showed you that articles and diagrams of pipelines they wanted to put through the entire Middle East for private corporations. And naturally, those people who are shouting loudest for the wars and so on just happen to work for the big corporations and they reap the harvest. Nothing changes. Nothing changes. Whether you're taking stuff out of India under the British regime in the late 1800s, or you're taking it out of the Middle East under oil or natural gas or whatever it happens to be, nothing really changes. But the fact is, big corporations, I mean big ones, run the world underneath still the shadow of the capstone. And the capstone has the money boys at the very, very top. And the money boys really is a small club at the very top. And yeah, a lot of them are often related to each other, and that's standard too. Even in government, you'll find that in high civil service, they like to employ relatives and children who've grown up of previous civil servants. They can trust them more. It's the same thing with the money boys as well. You have the money families, naturally, who are completely intermarried and keep the money together, but it's always to keep the big secrets together too. They don't want the public or anybody else knowing the fact that the whole thing's a con game. Of course it's a con game. If you would live quite happily, say 1950.
And it really doesn't matter whether you're a New Earth guy or an Old Earth guy.
Some childhood memories are so vivid you remember them perfectly. But what if those memories are wrong? And thousands of others have the exact same false memories.
The internet is buzzing about this new phenomenon that's called the Mandela.
800 to £1,000 per month. Come on, it's a joke. They keep your money becomes like the lira, or the peso, and you think it's quite natural. Why? Because they keep. No one say those figures of authority don't say this is unnatural and ridiculous. If you don't say it, then you think it must be natural. That you need more and more of these numbers, whether it's electronic or paper or plastic today, doesn't make any difference. You need more and more of them to pay for the same amount of goods. Every year it goes up and up. And you think that's quite normal. What a trick, eh? But getting back to the big system, your lifetime is a short time. And yet those at the very top will accomplish a lot in your lifetime. And it isn't until you look back and say, my God, they did this and 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 this. And you paid for it all pretty well. Generally, if it's war or whatever it happens to be, you paid for it. And you pay through your taxes. You pay when the banks plunder you. And they're given permission to plunder you. And they keep, and it's going to get more and more and more as the inflation goes up and up and up. And the next one will be bail-ins, where they simply take your money from the bank and steal it. And that's been made to be quite legal today. That tells you a lot about your government and the actual system you're living under, when they can actually legitimize via a private club that belongs to the Royal Institute for International Affairs. Remember, the Royal Institute for International Affairs - Council on Foreign Relations set up the World Bank, they set up the IMF, they set up all these institutions to run the world. And they're private. And they're privately owned, all these institutions. You pay money into it, your nation will, but they're privately owned. And they're not there for charity either, anything but. But the World Bank gave them all the permission, and your government's all signed into law, that the next time it happens, the next time they con, and steal all the mortgages and stuff and start flipping them all like crazy like the last time, then rather than just get the bailouts by the taxpayer, they can actually steal the money off the depositors, and that's called bail-ins. But mind you, when you read through it, they're allowed to do both then. They got it always. They come on. Your government's looking after you. When they okayed, every country signed on to this. So they all signed on that the next time they're going to steal all your money, and that's okay. And you people will go out and vote again. Next time. Well, they say you never learn, eh? But we're living truly in massive changes as we go down through this phase we're in today. Nothing's happening today that wasn't planned a long time ago. Nothing. The massive immigration was planned a long, long time ago, right down to the time they start to open the borders up and really let them pour in. Planned a long time ago. And many, many excuses and reasons given for it, of course. But also, it's curious to see that happening. And all the ridiculous excuses are given the domestic populations. Well, there's not enough of you having children, which is nonsense too, by the way. It's just they don't have a lot of children. There's plenty getting born. But if you don't look for the truth from the born liars at the very top. They have agendas, and it's when they've got agendas to push through, then any lie will do, or any collection of lies will do. Because at the same time they're telling you that, they've got articles out in Australia, propaganda pieces telling the people, oh, how wonderful it is to have one-child families. Well, which is it? Make your mind up. There's not enough of them, or you want to have less. Huh? Well, they're getting Australia ready and New Zealand ready, whether they know it or not. But I'm telling them now anyway, that you're all going to get lumped into the one-child policy of China. Because the Asia-Pacific relations, which is part of the Royal Institute for International Affairs, who set up that whole region area a long time ago, and who is still working on it, planned it that way, that China would be the dominant partner in that group over there. And so then we have the Americas group. They're still not really lagging behind. They just pretend you still have nations, but technically you don't really. And so you got the three trading blocks for the world: Europe, the Americas, which also incorporates the Caribbean countries, and you have the Far Eastern group as well. That's how it was planned a long time ago. Karl Marx talked about it, by the way, for those who think it's all a recent idea. And you'll find that the same organizations I'm talking about run all sides. And they ran communism. They also backed Nazism for a while to watch it and study it. Because they do like this collectivist idea of a population doing what they're told. Uniformity is what they like. And that's also what they had in the communist system, where the individual doesn't count at all. That's the whole message of communism. You're all a cog in the machine and you do your part. But you technically are not worth anything as an individual. The collective is what matters. Nothing has changed. So unfortunately, very few folk think through their life as they're living it. Never mind look back in the past and try to work things out as to why things happened in a certain way. Very few folk do that today. That's something you always find if you're a thinker, and there's thinkers out there, all right, but you'll often find that you expect others to be the same as yourself, but they're not. There are the perfectly conditioned out there who are quite happy with everything, no matter what kind of system they live in, or any country. You'll find happy folk in all of them. And you'll find the morose type as well. And you'll find, but really, there's very few folk sit and really think and who are really aware of what's happening. Most folk get caught up in the movements which those at the top have created for you to fall into, whereas to agitate as a group or whatever. Most folk, that's the only time they think they get involved in what they think is reality, when they're getting used. And there's no shortage of them getting used. You'll notice that. You got to go back to Bernays. Mr. Bernays, who was the nephew of Sigmund Freud, who were both involved in the same movement, actually. And it was a movement that really planned to change the world and eventually dominate the psyche of the people. Bernays was going to do it through making them buy things which big corporations wanted them to buy. At one time, for instance, Bernays did work for companies that they would have to put out their different products, automobiles or whatever, or even lawnmowers, and tell you why you should buy this. And the old ads are fantastic when you look at them, really, because the people come on pretty somber. There was no crazy zany stuff. They had to, here's the product, here's a guy looking very respectable, and he would tell you why you should buy this product. And by that, you would go into the work that was put into it, and the materials, etc., and so on. And the word got around very quickly amongst people in those days as to, well, that's a good product, I've got one of them, blah, blah. It would travel so quickly, that kind of, and that's how they sold things. And they made good profits, the companies made good profits. But when Bernays got involved in it, he says, rather than make good products to suit the people, alter the people to suit your product. And that's when they started selling you fantasies with inferior junk used in whatever it was they were selling you. And they sold you the fantasies until a toothbrush and toothpaste gives you an orgasm and everybody's smiling and happy. Wow, whoa. And so use sex for everything. And as they're doing that and selling you fantasies, right down to the present day, look at how the vehicles and everything else have gone down to junk. Massive profits to sell everything. Massive profits. Like never before. Because everything that used to be made of metal is pretty well made of plastic now. And we accept that, so we've been changed to suit the product. Isn't that amazing? Isn't that amazing? Last weekend, I had to go into town, and I just drove into a car park. I was going to drive away. I started the vehicle, and yeah, the gear shift would just go up and down through the range, but it wasn't registering on the dash, and it wasn't engaging the gears. I thought, and it was a pouring wet day, of course. I thought, well, here we go. And what it was, I pretty well suspected it because the darn transmission gave me problems less than 2 years ago. It cost me a stack of money for the darn thing. But they didn't put new parts on the different linkages and so on. And it was a linkage underneath the floor where it had come off. And, you know, it's hardly any room to get underneath this particular vehicle at all. And a temporary fix was made on it to get me home. And then when I managed to look up what went wrong with it and see what it was, a plastic thing, a pop-in plastic thing is what keeps the gear shift lever at the bottom engaged with the cable transmission underneath the car. A plastic right next to the exhaust pipe. Plastic. And it's like such a common thing to happen. The plastic eventually busts off and probably melts or breaks and crumbles as it gets hot and cold, and away it goes. Underneath the vehicle too, where they get salt and everything else in the winter. Huh? But everywhere you look in the vehicle, where they could have used metal, they've used darn plastic. And you wonder why the gulf between the ultra-rich and the ordinary folk has been like it's beyond a chasm or beyond the Grand Canyon today. Because I've never made profits like they make today. Since so many of the parts are made in China. I'm sure the plastic parts of this sort of thing are too. And, you know, the poor idiot that has the car has to pay through the nose for ridiculous cheapening of all the parts that should be made to last for years and years and years. But we accept it, don't we? And I can remember that. It's only the last 15 years it really sped up. This idea of accepting the fact that, oh, your vacuum cleaner is now all plastic. And, oh, it'll last you maybe a year or 2 years and bust and you throw it in the garbage. And you start to accept that as normal. So Bernays is right. You train the public to suit your product. Everything's like this today. And believe you me, it's not a difficult thing when you understand psychology and behaviorism. It's not difficult if you have the right resources and means of communicating to the public, and they all do today with mass communication, to change the whole of society's behavior in a certain one way or another. It's quite easy, actually. Quite easy. Now, it's the same thing with all these hidden forces, as Freud called them and Bernays called them, psychic forces that are under the surface of the consciousness, but always stimulating you, motivating you to do things, impulsive and so on. Always working, and often at odds with each other too, and having conflict. So you buy something to make yourself happy, etc., etc. So by understanding all that, you can make folk happy as well, till they'll start buying stuff. And every ad is based on fear, generally. Fear of getting old or getting wrinkles or getting something. Here's how you prevent it, here's how you prevent it, and same with the medical industry. They're always selling their big pharma products on television now, apparently. And then the people are expected to go to doctors and demand these miracle drugs, which of course is another con. And the same with alternate medical things, or herbalism or whatever. This could happen to you if you don't eat this or don't take that, or supplement yourself with that and you'll die. And that's how you make your sale. It's very easy. Fear is the biggest motivator of all. Now that's also why they keep all the wars going, and the threats of bankruptcy and collapsing economies and wars of all kinds. Terrorism, of course, is good for it. And that's why they can take and plunder you of all your rights and freedoms, which they have done, actually, very successfully, until the folk have settled in and they accept it. It's quite amazing to understand it, really. It's amazing to see it in effect, and how folk don't really care now. They give out all their personal data at checkout counters, and with whole queues of people behind them listening to them, and it's all quite normal to them now. They've already given up everything that mattered, and once you do it once, then it's easier the next time, until it's just not a formality. And that's how you're being trained. Quite fascinating, really. But just like the junk they put in the car now, instead of using metal where they should have metal, and making things last, and well, getting back to that one vehicle, I mean, it's so common that they have little video clips on it now, and how to repair this darn thing with their cheap little plastic pop-in things that keep the darn thing together. But you can imagine how many people, not just with this one make of vehicle, but with a whole range of them now, end up having to pay maybe $1,200 to $1,400 to have it picked up and towed off to some place, because that's what they charge up here. And then you have to get a taxi home, and then another taxi back in if the thing's been repaired, you know. All because a cheap piece of garbage that shouldn't even be seen in a vehicle. It shouldn't be anywhere near a vehicle. And there's no comeback for all this stuff for the public. There really isn't. Because big business is in cahoots with government, and we all know that, for goodness sake. Come on, let's not kid ourselves. Let's stop kidding us. Oh, we have the rights. Oh, come on. Says who? Again, back to Bertrand Russell. You'll believe you live in the greatest country in the world because your government will keep telling you so. Well, you take, for instance, the Lord Alfred Milner group that I've mentioned so many times. It was a very secretive organization. At one time, they didn't know what to call it. People had an idea existed, even in British government. Winston Churchill, for instance, he was out the loop at one point. He mentioned in Parliament, he says, who is this group that's making all our laws, who are bringing us into wars, etc.? And they're private. And of course it was Lord Alfred Milner. And part of their idea too was when they took countries over with the British Empire, apart from getting the public to pay for it all through taxes and so on, so government was awfully useful for that. And then the government also had different propaganda departments to make you feel that your country was doing it out of charity. They were helping the poor people in backward countries. You know, that's what they would tell the people. And so, as they plundered them, really, for all the resources, a handful, really, of massive corporations, even off that day, ran the whole darn system. Quite some. I've even heard people say, well, if Britain hadn't done it, somebody else would have. And they're quite right. They would have. Because it's a worldwide organization, the Milner Group. And their idea was to create a world government based on the same system, which had worked awfully well on the British folk who hadn't a clue, calling it democracy. And the British folk had no idea that they really did swallow this great propaganda that somehow, even the working class, we were over in those countries helping the poor souls and bringing civilized, and all that rubbish, you know. As, again, the small group that ran all these corporations just plundered these countries financially. Quite something. And the idea was eventually, which they had already planned too, after World War II, for instance, they really put into action, they would start to basically give them what appeared to be a kind of independence. But they still call it today the Commonwealth of Nations. It was Lord Alfred Milner who came up with that slogan as well. Rather than British Commonwealth, the Commonwealth of Nations. But they didn't want to pull out of the countries until they set up the same system of government as Britain, for instance. And again, still linked with Britain with so many different ties. Eventually, they brought the US in to its full extent with World War II. And then after that, they gave the US the job of supplying the militaries and the tax money and so on, because Britain was completely wrung out dry. But not the guys who ran the corporations. Countries are awfully handy for these guys who go down through time managing international corporations. Now just think back a little bit, not too far for those who are younger, but you can look at that, what you've been taught about communism. The idea, again, it was called the Great Experiment, the second one, because the first one was America, the Great Experiment. Could people, under the guise, in the early phase, actually manage to look after themselves without killing each other, etc.? It didn't take long to prove that it's quite easy to get them killing each other. And they moved on later on to the communist, the Bolshevik idea, which was the second experiment, where the so-called technocratic elite would run the world under a collectivist type system, and everything would be in the hands of the state or the central government. And because people were too stupid and selfish to manage life themselves, they'd have to be forced to work together for the greater good. And when you look at the Soviet system, when it was really coming into, and don't forget the Soviet system and the Soviet countries, the Russia, we in the West, you see Canada and the States especially, fed them right until the Berlin Wall fell. The greatest enemy you fed. Think about that. In fact, Canada, the Canadian government and the US government used to compete and even spy on each other and intercept each other's calls and plans and so on, as they vied for the contracts for selling grain to Russia. That was happening in the 90s and in the late 80s. Now, you go back to the Great Depression. Again, the big banks plundered them. Poof. Money doesn't disappear, because money consists, when everything goes bankrupt, in real businesses and machine shops and things like that, and factories even. So they don't disappear. Someone gets them all. And the big bankers do. And then, of course, they can resell, etc. It's awfully lucrative to have bank crashes every so often. And then we bail them out and all the rest of it, and now they can steal your money as well. Wonderful, isn't it? And how come, as you progress, as they call it, progress, that doesn't, it gets worse actually. And they get more freedoms and rights to do it again. It tells you an awful lot. But anyway, look at government today, and look at the organizations that rampaged through the world with their color revolutions, working either with the CIA or on behalf of the CIA and MI6 and maybe even the Mossad too. I think they're all combined, all these organizations, myself. Because George Soros is untouchable, and he definitely has been using his groups, well-trained, funded groups, with headquarters over in some of the old ex-communist countries, where they train these people. They had articles in the early 200s about them, training these people to go into the big demonstrations, the anti-globalist demonstrations, wearing the black gear and so on. Television had programs on them, and they trained them how to start the riots, etc., and get all the crowds involved in the rioting. You only need a few to get it started. It literally is basically a more advanced form of anarchism, trained anarchists. But really with a goal of what they want to get out of it in the end. And nobody stops them. If you were to set up an organization that says, okay, we're going to have mass demonstrations and riots, you'd be in the slammer so fast. But how come Soros can get away with this kind of stuff? He's only one of them, as I say. And it's because they're completely interwoven with what's called, this organization called the CIA, which is compartmentalized, remember. There's no doubt about it in my mind at all. And so you go into that. Then you go into, as the bank crashes in the 1920s and 30s, and Roosevelt got in, FDR. And Roosevelt was thanked and praised by the Soviets, and Stalin did it, for creating a similar system for getting the people back to work with these mass armies of workers. There's a name for it too. The taxpayers funded them, of course, to build roads, and they worked in the forestry and things like that. The same as they did in Russia, where the state was in charge of everything. And it's so similar, it's uncanny. And it's not by chance either, by the way. And then during World War II, don't forget too, in Russia, everybody, including the school children, had to do so much time on the land, in farms, etc. And they were doing the same thing in the Western countries into World War II. And beyond that, actually, in Britain, the land armies and things like that. And the children, too, they got time off from school to work on the land and the farms. They were encouraged to do so. That's not by chance, folks. But you don't call it communism when it happened in Britain. It was looked upon with a good face, just like the people in Russia would look upon a good face of them doing the same thing in their country. Terminology can really confuse you, eh? And then again, if people don't use the right terminology, you won't connect it. But anyway, the New Deal was a new system, different from the old system of the Constitution of America, for instance. It was called the New Deal. Here's the New Deal. What happened to the old deal? That's what it was. But anyway, World War II brought a lot of them out of the countries out of the Depression, only because they used all the tax money of the public to build wartime factories for armaments that then were handed to the big corporations after the war, some of them even during the war, who kept hold of them after the war and started supplying other things for the general public. But during that period, too, they'd already planned at the Royal Institute for International Affairs to bring in this global system and eventually build up China and move everything over to China. The plan never stops. Never stops. And the public pay for all. And now that there's time we're in the 21st century, remember, this is the century of change. I've mentioned this so many times, and I don't know if people really get what I'm talking about. All the big plans of socialism, communism, academia, the planned society, the scientifically run society, was to happen in the 21st century, the century of change. And you're seeing across the world right now, organized, and I mean very organized, demonstrations and demands to knock down all the past of the old system and start anew. But don't call it communism. They won't call it communism. And communism is a handy tool of the capitalists, as I say. They love a system where there's no parties except one, the party in power, like they have in China, and everybody obeys it. It's a perfect society. Do what you're told. Right now in Australia, and I'll put the article up too, they have articles, again, public relations for that, getting them ready to get absorbed. And isn't it good to have a one-child family? It's really beneficial, yada, yada, yada. And at the same time, you've got this double-speak where there's too many of you. There's too many of you. Or there's not enough of you. There's not enough of you. And that's where they got to bring in all the immigration. Well, which is it? Which is it here? There's a war upon the people. And the war will have everybody across the world involved, but definitely the European peoples have been targeted massively for a long time. And they're going under without much of a hiccup, actually. And don't think even that the people coming in through the war-torn countries are going to overtake it and somehow have some Islamic State in the future. The boys at the top, if they had Islamic State, it's to suit the ones at the top, not to suit the Islamic people themselves. And they will bring down Islamic peoples as well, gradually, and to sterility, like they've done with the West, with the food and various other means of doing so. And they will destroy their cultures with the TV and the pornography and drugs and everything else. It was awfully successful on the European countries. It's already happening, actually, in different areas. And they have different help organizations for people whose families are in trouble with all of these things. And no people really are of any better, are in a better category than other people. Everybody's getting their turn here to be used and then tossed aside. It's a world war, remember. And in this system of the future that we're going into, we're always going into the future, they plan to drastically, worldwide, reduce the populations. And you might think, oh, that'd be a long time away. As I say, how long is your lifetime? That's not very long. Look at all the changes you've seen already in your lifetime. And they did not happen by chance. Nothing happens unforeseen. Big business employs so many people to always try and project what they see coming down the pike. Well, the world agenda, the big boys at the very top, have lots of specialists constantly, like panels and teams of them. Teams of them, some think tanks, so that there's more bureaucrats in the think tanks than you have in your federal government for some countries. Literally looking down the road to make sure that everything they plan will come to pass in its good time. And they're quite right with most of it. And that is the present, really, going into the future, is again the technocratic expert elite running on behalf of the true elite at the very top, the dominant minority, the world, run the world in a communistic fashion, socialistic fashion. That's quite something. Now, I'm just going to touch on a few articles before I get off here. Time really flies in. It's so true. It really flies in. But I want to just touch on some of these things. Look up, and I'll put links up, alphabet agencies. It says the alphabet agencies, also New Deal agencies, were the U.S. federal government agencies created as part of the New Deal of President Franklin D. Roosevelt. The earliest agencies were created to combat the Great Depression in the United States and were established during Roosevelt's first 100 days in office in 1933. William Safire notes that the phrase gave color to the charge of excessive bureaucracy. Democrat Al Smith, who turned against Roosevelt, said his government was submerged in a bowl of alphabet soup. That's where the term comes from. And many of the people in Roosevelt's cabinet, as we all know, were communists, but the CFR, as Quigley talked about, being their historian for them, we don't mind the communists and we don't mind dictators and so on. We have all of these people in our organization, for those who haven't quite figured it all out. It says in total, at least 100 offices were created during Roosevelt's time of office as part of the New Deal. And even the Comptroller General of the United States, who audits our government's accounts, declared he'd never heard of some of them. He never heard some of the accounts. But anyway, it goes on and on and on. And they came out with all these different organizations, as I say. I'll also put up an article, too, to do with the Works Progress Administration, which came in 1939 as the Works Project Administration, and it was part of the American New Deal agency, employing millions of people. So the state was employing millions of people to do public works projects and so on. Very similar to the and again, because it didn't say it was communist, because in the communist system, remember, the state employs everybody and supposedly pays everybody too. The old joke being that they pretend to hire you and pay you, and you pretend to work. That's what they mean by the Soviet system. Also, I want to put in something else too. An article that says big US banks could see profits jump by 20% with deregulation. And for those who are wondering about things, JP Morgan, Morgan Stanley would be the biggest beneficiaries, as always. And Goldman Sachs and all the rest of them, of course, too. The deregulation could add up to $27 billion of gross profit, the 6 largest US banks, lifting their annual pre-tax income by about 20%. JP Morgan Chase and Company and Morgan Stanley would benefit most from changes to post-crisis banking rules proposed by Donald Trump's administration, with pre-tax profit jumping 22%. And it's all based on discussions with analysts and the bank's own disclosures. Goldman Sachs Group, Inc. would have the smallest percentage increase, which is about 16%. And this is what they're doing with deregulation again, of course. Also, this article here, Goldman Sachs' real enemy in its Washington mission, it says here. When not Lord, but it's almost close to it, isn't it? Lloyd Blankfein, Goldman Sachs chairman and chief executive, arrived at the Rayburn building, Capitol Hill, in 2010. He was battered and bruised. At the time, his bank was viewed as a vivid example of Wall Street misbehavior. I like how they say it's just misbehaviour. In the previous months, it had been sued by regulators, flayed by lawmakers, and then damaged by the passage of Dodd-Frank. Mr. Blankfein was going to meet its co-authority, Barney Frank, and so on. And it gives you the whole story of that part in it that we had given to us at the time. But it's to show you that if the Obama years were a harsh time for Goldman Sachs in Washington, the election of Donald Trump has provided a new opening. Not only does the president regularly rail against job-killing regulations, he's made 2 Goldman alumni his point men on financial regulation. And we've got Gary Cohn right now. We've got this massive set of regulations built to regulate all banks as if they're equal. But again, yeah, it's business as usual. Everything goes full ahead for the money boys. Another one too, it says former Goldman Sachs executive hedge fund CEO Steve Mnuchin was confirmed as the new Secretary of the Treasury Monday with 53 to 47 votes. Over the years, he's been a Hollywood producer and a Democrat donor who's faced some controversy. And it goes through some of his history here at the CIT group and so on. It's interesting too that he's pretty well everything they want at the top, but he's also a skull and bonesman as well. Naturally, you know. We're still run by the same organizations that I've been talking about for years. And it doesn't change. It really doesn't change. I'll put up the article too, is one child enough for Australians as to get them ready for, big changes again. And that's about it for tonight, I guess, because we're running out of time. It's astonishing though, isn't it, that when you really see what really is going on, it's the same things that have always been going on. This is what's going on. And the same boys and gals in charge of it all, of course. That's how the world really, really is. As they give us distractions and they give us little preparatory riots for the Agenda 21 and for the agenda for the 21st century and the century of change, where all these things eventually will be put through into this globalistic planned society where everyone will be working and living in some kind of collectivist system inside their overcrowded, designated parts of the cities. And it's all to come this way. It's all planned this way by our betters, our masters, the ones who bring us the great wars and all that, and who benefit from it too, and who get all those in academia to spin it off with their think tanks into palatable fairy stories for us all to believe in. From myself, Alan Watt from Ontario, Canada, it's good night. May your God or your gods go with you.
Now, I have put myself in the role of waking up the sheeple. And unfortunately, it means that I've got to do some things and say some things that makes me, in the long run, the bad guy. And I know a lot of you don't like it, and you don't like me for that very reason. But I'm going to continue to do it, simply because there's nobody else out there who will do it. And it must be done. We can't regain our freedom. We can't restore the Republic. We can't put the Constitution back in its rightful, legal and lawful place as the supreme law of the land if we're running around bumping into trees, bumping into each other, scared of every little shadow, passing rumors back and forth, jumping up and down every time you hear some little tale from somebody. We have to pay attention to the real enemy, to the real task that lies before us. We cannot, under any circumstances, be goaded into any kind of stupidity, or stupid confrontation, or answering some alert sent out by somebody in some place somewhere because some of their people got themselves in trouble. When my family and I were guests down in Phoenix, I didn't call up the militia. I called for some militia members to come down and witness what was happening so that I could survive the court battle. I didn't send out militia alerts across the country, nor did anyone else in my behalf. And I handled my own legal problem myself, in my own way, with my own money. I did not beg you for legal defense funds. I kept my eye on the sparrow, ladies and gentlemen, and that's exactly where you'd better put yours. A militia, by definition, is to protect the nation and the state. If you are a state militia, your first obligation is to your state constitution and to your state, to your communities, to your counties. The militia of Michigan has no obligation to the militia of Arizona unless the nation finds itself in war to fight a battle to protect the Constitution and the Bill of Rights of the United States of America. You all need to understand these things because you don't seem to understand much at all. Until that happens, you have no obligation anywhere but in your local community, in your state, to your state constitution. If and when another Waco occurs, or someone attempts another Waco, then we must all come together to stop it. But until then, we don't march because Joe Blow, having nothing to do with the militia whatsoever, goes with some friends and gets himself arrested for whatever reason. You don't do that. And you don't run around like chickens with your head cut off because there's a rumor that somebody's going to come after you this weekend. You don't do that. The militia, by definition, must be ready to respond at any time to any emergency. You don't go home and watch television and wait for the next rumor and then run around scared that something's going to happen. You must be prepared all the time, every moment, every day, every week, every month, every year, if you are a member of the militia, to respond if you are called upon. You must always protect your leadership. If all of you out there really believe that something's going to happen this weekend, there's a very easy way to make sure that nothing does happen. It's very simple. Go somewhere else. When they come for you where they think you're going to be, just don't be there. And you don't discuss your weaknesses and your fears or your strengths on radio. Every time someone attempts that on this broadcast, you see me cut them off. And so you flock to all the other radio stations so that you can talk about how scared you are and how weak your militia is, or how strong your militia is, or what your plans are. And you are stupid. Stupid. Keep it up. You will ensure that if there ever is a confrontation, you will be defeated soundly very quickly. Not because the enemy is strong, not because the enemy is smart, not because the enemy is any better, but simply because you're stupid and you're acting stupid. Recently, in the militia of Michigan, one of the best, strongest militias in this country, there was a meeting where some contingency plans were discussed, and whether or not what was said was planned, I have no idea. But a militia officer went out and began talking about it. He should have gone to his commanding officers, and there should have been a hearing called, an investigation by the command staff, and it should have been dealt with quietly within the command staff and not on radio all over the nation as it was. Everyone concerned should be busted from their rank, and new leadership should be installed. If the militia is going to be successful, the militia had better learn discipline. You had better learn that you do not ever make a public statement on behalf of the militia or about the militia without the consent and permission of the highest commanding officer in the militia. No public statements should ever be made except by a public relations officer who specializes in public relations and communicates every release and gets permission for every release from the commanding officer of the militia. You people are headed for a fall, most of you. I keep getting calls, can I be a member of the Second Continental Army of the Republic? No, you cannot. Membership is by invitation only, except in the Intelligence Corps, which I am the director of, and I determine who can be a member and who cannot be, and under what terms, and what job they do. You don't hear all this stuff from the Second Continental Army of the Republic. You don't hear rumors about the Second Continental Army of the Republic. You don't hear people on the radio speaking for the Second Continental Army of the Republic. You don't hear leaks from the Second Continental Army of the Republic. And you never will. Now, ladies and gentlemen, I suggest that those of you who are not guilty of any of this, get with those who are and teach them how to grow up. Teach them to take off their diapers and put on a pair of pants. Teach them to function as adults and not children. We're not playing cowboys and Indians here. And sooner or later, all this stupidity is going to cause people to lose their lives. Whoever fires the first shot loses the war. And there are many people out there trying to instigate you into doing exactly that. When the militia of Montana called for all of the militias of all of the states to march to New Mexico because Catron County was overrun with the National Guard and the FBI and the BATF, and the citizens were being rounded up and put in a concentration camp, if you had done it, it would have been all over, and every patriot in this country would now be in jail. You'd better understand it. You'd better start thinking straight. It is imperative for the future of not only your state but the nation, for the future of liberty, that you learn to be responsible. When I went to speak in Michigan, here it was a Constitution Party rally, and all these guys kept showing up in camouflage fatigues, even to the little garrison cap, and field jackets, and jack boots. It wasn't a militia meeting. These guys were playing games. They were feeding their egos. It made them feel good. Those are the wrong people to have in the militia. You see, if dressing up like a soldier makes you feel really big, and if it puffs up your ego, you shouldn't be there. If carrying a gun makes you feel bigger or more important, then you should never be allowed to carry a gun, in my estimation. But since I believe in the second article and amendment, I would be the last to stop you. But I happen to know something about human nature. A lot of you are playing games out there. You're feeding your egos. You're substituting for your sexual inadequacies and your lack of personality or character or whatever it is. You're trying to make up for your sense of insecurity. And that's not going to get it. We need strong, self-reliant, confident men and women in the militias. Men and women who will answer the call when it is necessary, who will train and be prepared and be ready, who will keep their mouths shut Militias who will not get on the radio and talk about their inner squabbles or whatever is happening. And you must hold your people accountable. And if they will not act responsible, and if they will not maintain discipline, you must bust them in rank as a warning. If that doesn't work, you must oust them from your military unit. And it's not paramilitary. Get rid of that word. The militia is military. You must oust them. Militia members should never wear any kind of a uniform unless they are participating in a training activity which requires it. If you're going to be on television and meet the press, you should wear a suit and tie. You should know the law. You should know the history of the militia. You should talk about those things and not how many Soviet tanks are in the United States, which makes you look like a blooming idiot, even though we know there are. And if you're the leader of a militia, don't take somebody else to speak for you. If you can't speak, don't go. If you can't speak, you got no business leading. And cut out all this religious crap. The militia is a military organization, not a church. Good night, my children, and God bless you all.
On the screen has gone too far for me. I'm fed up with it. Filmmakers like George Romero and John Taylor have to show some restraint. They're simply...
Love, I love Big Brother.
Can just sit and think of nothing. Nothing at all.